go over here and touch on this. Don't
Yeah,
mind
give me
that stealth roll from that other character. I was testing to see if on D&D Beyond the characters could still roll even when they were considered deactivated, and apparently they do, which is
hmm,
concerning to me. But regardless, like just don't pay attention to that roll. It wasn't anything actually important. It was just me testing something.
okay.
But that aside from all of that, we can begin the recap of what all occurred last session.
Great.
So last session began with everybody running towards the archive after Tyrrell had felt the presence of a portal opening. There was a splash, a lot of commotion from the main walkway of the archive itself. Everyone ran in there. Someone was shouting, the creature has a weapon. Everyone came in to realize that Mila had appeared in one of the fountains and was wielding her three-pointed staff in one hand, and clutched tightly in the other was this black sphere that was a little bit smaller than a volleyball. So pretty decent size. But that was some some talking about and some words exchanged and calming down that Mila passed out from exhaustion. It seemed was given a temporary place to stay at the back of the archive where no one really goes. With permission from Razan, who seems to be the underkeeper for herbology and botany, who is a centaur, with the help from Trenla and Sinfori arranging for this big ass hole to be made and then filled with water so that Mila could rest. She had handed off the black sphere to Elbrig. Elbrig performed a summoning spell to call upon Captain Thomas, who shared some rather rather pointed information regarding just how little even he knows about the object that Elbrig had. Uh, some more exchange and information was put back and forth between the group, and with Elbrig and Nomad's kind of agreement and pushing, Mila went with Captain Thomas, who took her and disappeared into the water, it seemed, and just vanished from view to take her to wherever she needed to go, where she had also struck a deal with Captain Thomas to basically accompany him on his own journey to kind of try and figure out what is going on with what is happening beneath the waves, as Captain Thomas does not seem capable of actually venturing to the depths, whereas Mila can. Um, Misted attempted to cast Identify on this black sphere, and the moment that the arcane symbols and whatnot tried to reach onto this object to read what it was, they shattered upon touching it immediately. She could not get any kind of reading at all of what this is, but understands that it's magical. That's about all she knows. Nomad before this had been taken up and examined by the underkeepers in the presence of Sinfori herself in her quarters, where they meticulously, piece by piece, took Nomad's armor off and removed the pieces of him to reveal what was hidden underneath, which was a winding mess of the resemblance of muscles and sinew, but looked to be made out of wood and metal. And finally got to remove the porcelain mask that is on his face, which depicts the visage of Aster, and revealed a just solid glass, like black glass mask that is somewhat resemblant of what a human's shape for a face might be, but with no clear like eyes, nose, or mouth or any defining features. It's just solid black glass with a rather deep, large crack going straight down the middle of it. They managed to open up his chest piece, revealing this small, probably about 5 inch in diameter metal sphere, which, upon opening it, revealed what would be Nomad's core, the thing giving him life, empowering him, which was a series of multiple spinning rings, each one seeming to fold into each other and moving in different directions and at traveling at different kinds of like rotations and velocity. And that kept secured within these rotating rings was this glowing black and almost violet lightning source as it looked, and it just seemed to be contained within these rings, but seemed to be actively striking against the rings and appeared to be what gives Nomad life. Upon opening this, uh, two individuals were suddenly revealed and became no longer invisible in the room. One of which bearing glowing white eyes, who, promptly realizing that they are now visible, vanished. The other one seemed to be a smaller, looked to be a younger girl with golden orange hair and a bright, beaming smile. Uh, she has eyes of blue and green, and just did not seem to register that she was now visible until Oris stepped over and pointed out that she's visible, which was met with no words, but very tantrum esque, kind of cute, stomping of the feet and pouting. Before Oris just gave her a little bit of words of encouragement, and she smiled and seemed to also then vanish out the door. After everything was said and done, everything was packed up, Nomad was put back together and sent about his way, as well as the other underkeepers were sent on their way to compile what they had just learned and try and figure anything out. Everybody met up. Tyrell and Oras had gone for a walk, which had led them into the hero's tomb. And upon returning from the hero's tomb, they came to both a great understanding, and it seemed to impact Oris in a way that she probably would not show to other people. But they also returned from their little journey, their little trip, to hear the sound of music coming up the pathway into Delvi Ixnum, where they were then greeted by Misted, running in circles very happily, just full zoomies, just going around and around and around in circles as a horse drawn wagon pulled into view, being led by a rather old looking human male. And as they approached, 6 children popped out the back of the wagon and proceeded to then, dance and play as that same younger girl from earlier seemed to float out of the back of the wagon and is playing music for them. Which the older gentleman, as Misted helps him down, uh, looks to this particular girl and says, and thanks her, stating that her name is Nemunia, and thanks her for, providing them with this music to make their travel just a bit less boring and a bit more fun. To which she would nod and vanishes off with the sound of music trailing after her. Misted immediately, scoops up one of the small children, which looks to be one of the older members of the group, which is a young girl that she then introduces to be Tika, which is like her best friend and one of her little, partners in crime, and explains that Tika is completely deaf, so that if you guys want to talk to her, make sure she can see your face, and otherwise you can write in a journal or write in her book or write in her journal to talk with her. As she then, proceeds to be carrying Tika, and the old man proceeds to walk up and appears to be trying to introduce himself. And that is about where we all left off. So, after all of that, the old man walks up to the group and understands that this particular group, being the lot of you, is the group that has been traveling with Misted. And he gives you all a very as good of a bow as he can, as this man seems to be in his late 80s, maybe early 90s. Like, this dude is old. And he gives a very polite bow as best he can and introduces himself as Valdry Greyshaw. Explains that Misted is one of his children, and that she grew up at his home for wayward children over at Stone Talon Peak, and thanks you all for taking such good care of her, even though he knows she can be quite the handful at times. And tries to corral all the children to follow into the archive, where he then, states kind of out loud that he needs to lay down for a little bit, as that was a long journey. And that brings us to, so what are y'all doing? Meaning, Elbrick.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm still talking with the one dude,
Yep.
aren't I?
Yep, you are still in the archive, which you would then hear, the sounds of children running in, because you'd be on the first floor of the archive itself. You
Right.
would hear the sounds of like children giggling, laughing, and running in and through the doors, and they're going to particular sections and looking for particular people that they want to hang out with and whatnot. But that's about the extent of what you'd see.
Right.
So, Elbrick, what are you doing?
Um, well, as I said, it was gonna kind of be a priority. Gonna go back into, because if I remember right, we all gather or no?
Um, Misted, Nomad, and you all gathered to have your talk with Mila and Captain Thomas. And then from there, you're all just kind of like grouped up in that space. And Tyrell and
Okay,
Morris have returned.
that's what I thought. Well, now that Mila and Captain Thomas are gone, I'm gonna head back into the archive and look up information on this guy that is new to me, like Pet Samson.
All right.
So yeah, I'm just gonna end up walking back in the archive and looking up stuff on the on Feyhounds and the Fey in general, since they kind of, from what I was told, kind of connect to the dream.
All right. As you turn to return into the archive, um, and I'm guessing that you are still riding atop Samson.
I've been off Samson for a while now.
Okay. But as you turn to go into the archive, Nomad offers to accompany you, as he also has some things he would like to research in the archive. Now that many of his questions have been answered to a degree.
Oh, yeah, so feel free to come with me, I guess.
And as the two of you turn to return into the archive, you hear the sound of clump, 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 which is a rather distinct sound of hooves on cobblestone. And as
Mm-hmm.
you kind of turn, you turn just in time to see a stack of what looks to be two large crates being carried by something hidden behind them, and two furry goat-like legs that are moving at a rather hurried pace, but doesn't seem to be able to see where they're going, and is going right at you and Nomad.
We're gonna scoot on out the way.
All right, and as you kind of like like, oh, like move out the way. Nomad actually doesn't see this, as Nomad is kind of focused on just going back in the archive, and kind of turns. And as he turns, this individual like just crashes into him with these crates, and immediately just falls to the ground and just kind of like looks a bit dazed as one of the crates seems to like smash onto the ground, and books and scrolls scatter about. And with a quick glance at the books, these all seem to be books related to the topic of enchanting. And what you now see, kind of drop back onto their butt, uh, is a creature that looks to be at their upper torso looks to be humanoid, with goat-like legs for their lower half and a small tail, and it looks to be female. And upon immediately like kind of landing, looks around and immediately curls up onto the ground and protects her head. And begins like spouting off over and over that she's sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Whoa, whoa. It was an accident. You're fine. You're not gonna get hurt.
And as you look at this creature, she appears to be a fawn, or in some other terms would be a satyr, which also come adorned with smaller but really pretty well defined horns. And you also notice that one of her horns seems to have been broken off.
Mm-hmm.
And realizing that she doesn't seem to be in danger, Nomad just kind of looks at her, sees this reaction, and nothing really processes for him. He's not used to a reaction like this and doesn't understand what all it could mean. But then just, can I help you pick this up? And she just kind of looks at him, looks at you, and like quickly begins like gathering up the books and scrolls that she had dropped from that crate, along with the broken wood that seems to be like kind of like digging into her and like cutting her a bit, and then like gathers everything up, puts it on top of the other crate, and no, I'm fine, I'm fine, and like picks up and quickly runs off into the archive.
That doesn't scream of abuse. I don't know what does.
And Oris, at this point, has concluded her conversation with Tyrell, sees all this go down, and you see her just kind of walk up and begin picking up the pieces of wood that were still left behind.
Anything with that? What just happened?
Are you asking that of Oris?
Mm-hmm.
And you see her just kind of stop for a moment, and it's not really my place to say. But from what I understand, she's brand new here. She is an underkeeper and was brought here for deemed for her own safety. And she seems to pick up the rest of the wood and just kind of like cradles it, and I'll I'll go check on her. It takes a bit to adjust, it seems, and begins to walk towards the archive.
Okay. Oh, that's nah. That's not a problem.
And as you, I'm guessing, would continue your way into the archive,
Mm-hmm.
you are met with a sight of Oris now stopped talking to a much older half orc, as it would look. This individual has this dingy, dulled green skin and appears far more orc-like than human, but you can clearly see the humanistic or humanoid-like traits of being a half-orc. And he's just kind of, quietly talking with Oris, and is looking at the broken wood, and she just kind of, you can overhear a little bit, and you hear the name of Tyrael, and the half orc just nods and I'll go talk to her. It's better she have someone she trusts. Thank you though. I don't know how I can repay you two. Norris would just kind of nod to him, and you don't have to repay anything. In fact, I will see about what I can do to help her further. And hands him the broken wood and continues off into the actual archive itself, where he then goes to the right, which then leads him up what would be up the stairs to the second floor, where everyone's rooms would be for those that reside here. Which would bring us to here. And Tyrell's not here yet. Misted has run off with Tika. And I would say, Pine Grove, you'd be in the actual archive itself.
Alright.
So you and Nomad would be, I would assume, trying to find information and whatnot.
Yep.
All right. Anything in particular, or?
Bayhounds specifically. And Sylvan. Bayhounds and Sylvan.
All right. Do you know where that would be found?
I have no clue. Absolutely not. So the people at the desk. Where can I find information on Sylvan as a language and Bayhounds as creatures?
And as you step up and you're on the row of what looks to be 3 tiles of square on this, those spectral visages appear again. And as you ask the question, they just kind of look at each other and look back to you. And the one on the far left then answers, that would be first floor, 3rd column on the left, and 4th column on the left.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna head in that direction.
And Nomad would specifically just kind of be following after you a little bit, but he would also kind of look into possibilities of anything resembling what that sphere is, and begins like asking them question after question after question about any kind of information on an object like this, and they don't seem to respond. And then asks, well, who would be the most knowledgeable of a unknown magical artifact? Which they would then reply that the person or the individual that Nomad would be looking for is an underkeeper here at the archive. That if anyone would know, it'd be them. And I just had the name. Why are you doing this? There we go. That it would be Esrelig Fayfire, as well as Shavris Windsong. That if anyone were to know of this, it would be one of those two. And then kind of ponder for a moment, and they seem to then respond to him with, Shavris cannot seem to be located, as it does not seem she is in the archive at this moment, and that Esrelig seems to be in his room, which appears to be outside of the archive itself, but seems to have locked himself away. And then they go back to what they're doing, and Nomad just kind of, huh, okay, and then follows after Elbrick. Which means that everyone now gets to be in here. Which brings us to Elbrick, Nomad, and over here would be Pinegrove. Alright. So, what are you doing?
I'm still over there chatting with the one individual who's teaching me how to read and write, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you do find, as for Elbrick, you do find a few books regarding the Dream Wilds, which Nomad then looks at one of the books you're holding in your hand and produces a similar book, and just mentions that he had acquired this particular book as a gift from Cadmus. And the book's title is called The Dream Wild's Embrace. It is about 820 pages long. Looks to be. It's pretty decently sized. But as you're reading through it, the Dream Wild's Embrace, it seems to be regarding what the world's myth is, as far as its creation, as far as the Dream Wild's creation was deemed, but mainly seems to deal in things like legend and myth. It does seem to have the odd here and there research notes, and it seems to dictate the details of the adventure of a younger wizard who was allowed access to the Dream Wilds for research purposes. And as he traveled there for knowledge and information, he seems to confirm and deny, or confirm and then debunk some of these legends and myths throughout the book. But as you get a little bit, as you're panning through, you get closer towards the end. Several of the pages towards the end of the book seem to have been ripped out. And this seems to be a similar case to the one that even Nomad has. That different pages, but same kind of thing. But that's towards the end of the book where these pages seem to be like ripped out, torn up, and like kind of like sketched. That they seem to be detailing an actual historical documentation of his findings while he was there. That the book that Elbrick has seems to be written and translated into Common. The book that Nomad has seems to be written in Elven and is bound in a rather unusual animal-like hide. But as you read through, dictates that the Dream Wilds were a realm created on the very cusp of the source itself, where it is the fragments of dreams that never fully came together seemed to find a home and eventually took root and built this realm of just the excess parts of dreams, where then eventually things were able to take root and grow and become tangible, and in some cases sentient. And that this world itself is very much steeped in this almost ethereal twilight, but that it seems to perpetually be both noon and midnight at the same time. But that it is a place where strange creatures reside and live, but that they never seem to age, and are strange amalgamations of other creatures that seem to just not make sense but somehow function. And it goes on to debunk some of the other myths and legends regarding, like, various kingdoms have been set up there by individuals who have traveled to that realm. Was debunked that it is truly a place of just wild. It is wilderness. It is a very predatory and predatory to prey kind of scenario, where there are many creatures that exist to just simply exist, as it would seem, and other creatures that seem to have been formed from some of the darker dream fragments and lived only to hunt and consume the other inhabitants of this world. That many of the different flora of the world seem to be very fantastical, but that any attempts to really like bring those same effects and have them grow in this material plane does not seem to be able to be possible, as they seem to just wither and die relatively quickly, aside from a very select few. But aside from that, doesn't really explain too much else about the Dream Wilds, and nothing really pertinent to Samson himself. Going over to the fourth column, you find books regarding the Sylvan language, uh, basically, the beginner's guide to Sylvan, uh, which is written to translated common and translates into Sylvan and works as like a Sylvan to common kind of dictionary type deal sometimes. And you also
Mm-hmm.
find a particular small, what looks to be like a research paper specifically on the Feyhound. And it's not very in depth, as it starts up by saying that Feyhounds are very much territorial and protective of whatever bond they have made. So, attempting to just simply research them can only be done at a safe distance. To try and approach them would warrant them becoming territorial and possibly aggressive. But that whatever they have bonded to, whether it be, a particular tomb, in many cases that they were not summoned to the world, that they seem to just form into this world or find a way to this world and seek out a grave or a particular cemetery or temple that they just seek to protect for relatively unknown reasons. But that aside from the typical individuals that would be there, that they are typically non-hostile until you approach whatever it is exactly that they are in charge of protecting, where they become defensive of it. But looking through these research notes and various different authors, not a single one mentions ever having found a Feyhound bonding to a still living person.
Now we question whether or not we're alive. No.
But
I knew it. I'm secretly a zombie.
one thing that does catch your interest though is as you're reading this is many of the descriptions of the Feyhounds seem to differ and alter. Some of them are viewed as just very large black hounds. Other depictions of them have them be more friendly looking, as it would assume. And still other depictions have them as having something like snakes or vines seeming to grow out from their mane, and that they have a tail that would stretch out into like the head of a snake, or is barbed and or like wrapped in like weed and mold. Like they seem to come in very differing forms, and that Samson seems to appear as just a Feyhound that has taken a more intimidating presence, but nothing out of like horror novel.
Mundane, but still intimidating.
But it also describes their elemental resistances. Though they seem to be immune to most natural elemental types, including things such as fire, cold, water, and like thunder and lightning damage. But they, I'm sorry, and lightning damage, not thunder. But they do seem to be really susceptible to acid and poison like damage. And also that's to get rid of a Feyhound is a tricky task, as typically they are seen as protectors and are very loyal to what they are protecting. So typically, not really a need to get rid of them. But if whatever they're protecting is, common ground where lots of people travel, issues can arise. But that typically a way to get rid of them or ward them off is with iron or specifically crafted silver as a means to contain them, control them, or get rid of them. That those seem to be their greatest weaknesses would be iron and specifically forged silver for dealing with the Fae. But that they all seem to possess a relatively deeper intelligence than many of the typical beasts and creatures of the world. Also,
Mhm.
welcome in, Andrew.
Hello.
You are currently standing by yourself outside of the archive. Just quick FYI.
Works for me. I am contemplating the existence of tacos.
Wonderful. Um,
Hmm.
yeah. Anything else that Elbrig would be interested in reading about?
Seeing as Nomad already asked about the orb and everything. No, not really.
All right, and Nomad would also be kind of going through and is reading up on the various like the races of the world and various beasts and different creatures, but not so much just for like cultural understanding. But he also seems to be very interested in their physiology, like what makes them be alive. It's a little bit unsettling, but also given what Nomad seems to be going through, kind of makes sense. But he does, then begin to ask Elbrig if he has any kind of idea of what it is that orb is supposed to be.
The raised eyebrow. How would I know? If Tom and you don't know, I've got no clue.
And he just kind of thinks on this, well, that is true. Do you notice anything familiar about it? Have you seen anything like it before?
A black orb looks like a giant pearl, pretty much. No, never seen anything like that before. Yeah. So it's underneath my charge now. I have no clue what this is. And to be honest, I'm about to retreat somewhere where I can sit down and maybe see if I can make a tentative connection. Maybe it won't. Maybe it doesn't like secrets being pried out of the identify store. Maybe it's more about a personal connection. So I'm gonna just give it a try.
No, manages. All right. If you wish, I will accompany you.
Sure. And so I'm gonna. Uh, we all have. We're no. Misted has a room here, and then the rest of us are staying at a tavern, right?
Yes. Misted has a room here, and everyone else was offered room and board at the tavern, which is room and board is for free. Drink and food, however, you had to pay for.
Yeah. So I want to. Me, Samson, and Nobad. I guess we're gonna go back to the tavern. I'm gonna go into my room. Have Nomad maybe stand in the doorway. Like, oh, the door will be open, but have him stand in the doorway just in case. And then I'll sit on my bed, cross-legged, probably the orb in my lap, and try to sense if there's any type of connection with it that I can form.
Give me just a moment. Need to open that up real quick. I forgot to do that before we started session. I'm just kind of dumb. Alright, so you're just kind of like checking out the orb.
Yeah, basically doing the same way most people know to attune to magic items. We're trying to do that pretty much with the orb.
All right. So as you're kind of just like looking at it and just passing it over in your hands, you seem to kind of feel yourself get a little bit drowsy. And it's a weird sensation because you still feel like fully awake. But it's almost like daydreaming as it would feel. And as you kind of focus and concentrate on it, you are no longer seeming to just be sitting in this room. Instead, what you now see, as you have begun to concentrate on it, is the world around you seems to just melt away, and you are now holding the orb, but you don't recognize your own hands. And
Okay, not again.
as you look around, you see off in the distance there looks to be 3 islands in the middle of the lake, and you are inside some kind of structure that is probably about a good 4 or 5 miles away from these islands, but you're up on higher ground. And you seem to be looking out from like a balcony of some kind, like looking at this. And from your hands, you look over and you see a group of other shrouded individuals, which seem to have almost porcelain like masks. And in the hands of 2 of the other ones, you have in your hands this black sphere, this black orb. In the hands of the others, there's a gray sphere and one of white. And while you're kind of trying to listen, everything seems to sound like whispers, hushed, muddled, and you can't make out any words. It just sounds very dull and unintelligible. And as you kind of just look around, and you can tell that everyone there is seemingly not really bickering, but kind of talking amongst themselves and like gesturing to these objects. And that in total, including, you know, those that are all present that you can see, you count 12 of these individuals. Before each of them just kind of like begins kind of pointing fingers at each other. And then you see a 13th one appear. And seemingly very aggressively seems to get directly in the face of one of the others and is like pushed them against a wall. And the muddled whispers have now become very stifled shouting. And things seem to get a bit more tense as you can kind of feel yourself backing up a little bit while still holding this orb. I mean, the vision seems to just kind of shift and fade, and you're looking back over those 3 islands again in the middle of this lake. And you notice that from each one of those 3 islands, there seems to be a very tall structure of some kind reaching up from each one of the 3. And then you just kind of fade back, and the world returns. And you're still sitting on your bed, with the sphere in your hands, and Nomad's kind of giving you a concerned kind of look. Are you okay?
Hmm. So apparently, actually, just real quick, just a real quick question. You said porcelain mask. Those porcelain masks ain't looking anything like
Mm-hmm.
Nomad's face.
Yep. Seems to be one of the masks you saw.
Just one of them. No.
Just the one in particular that he is wearing seems to resemble one of the masks that you did see.
Okay. Um. So the connection to the orb was somewhat of a success. It has shown me, I'm guessing, something that's happened in the past. I kind of took over the perspective of someone else holding the orb, and there was an island with spires and like 12 people with masks. One of them actually had a mask like yours, Nomad. And the other spheres were there, a gray and a white one. And it was just some type of argument before a 13th person came and kind of was very aggressive in whatever their viewpoint was. I couldn't hear what was really being said. So this theater thing, apparently there's some type of cabal or group or organization that has something to do with them.
And at this, Nomad would kind of just be nodding and listening. And at the mention of the mask like what he's wearing, Nomad would probably mention at this time that the mask that he wears is a symbolic replica that is belonging to the mask of the Crown of Knowledge, Aster, who is one of the Einkar.
Okay, that probably means, well, that probably means, I mean, 13 crowns, 13 guys, porcelain mask, Aster. So apparently, some some group that has to deal with the crowns, apparently, or at least their rendition of their faces, maybe. I can actually look what the crowns would look like, so never mind that question. I'm well. That gets me even more worried now. Um, yeah. So islands, spires, 13 individuals who may be representation of the 13 crowns, all kind of having this uh, discussion, I guess, about three of these spheres: black, gray, and white. Uh, After I say that, I kind of contemplate: do I feel any actual connection with the orb? Like, have I attuned to it at all?
You don't feel like you've attuned to it, but as you kind of begin to look at it and concentrate on it again, you begin to feel that you can be. You feel a sense of familiarity with it, almost like it's a sensation that you've seemed to have once seen this before, but have no memory of it ever. One of the things that Nomad would point out is that just a small mention from Nomad that, but there are 14 crowns.
Mm.
And then as you kind of focus on it again, the world doesn't seem to melt away, but it seems to replay in your head the vision that you saw before.
I'm gonna, as we replay it, as soon as it's done replaying, I'm gonna go ahead and quickly dig into my pack and pull out paper and just write everything down. Spires, 13 individuals, maybe having to do with the 14 crowns, the one seem to be missing. Red, gray, black, white spheres, all that. Just write it all down so that I have it.
All right. And Nomad gets a little bit closer. And have you done this before?
Seen I had a vision from an item? Kind of. Not really. I mean, the only similar situation is that vision I told you guys about earlier when I was that person who I got to feel someone die.
Nomad
It was a
just
weird
nods.
dream.
Well, perhaps tomorrow we can think more on it. And Nomad would then kind of excuse himself and would then go downstairs and begin reading one of his books. So, Tyrell,
Yes.
what were you doing?
At this point, I would be trying to, throughout it, I would have been trying to find the queen to see what she wanted to do the first night I was there when she needed the king there as well. That involved the Waystone.
So you would be heading up to the second floor of the archive and then kind of just standing at the door.
Yeah, waiting, just chilling.
And as you kind of stand there for a while, just kind of passing the time, grab a book or two, and
Mhm.
just gently reading over. Eventually, you do see Oris walking up towards the door, and she just, "Can we help you?"
Um, Somewhat. I know that the first day I was here, uh, the queen planned to do something with this that required the king there. So I'm not 100% sure what it was. I want to find out.
She, all right. Well, and she kind of drapes the arm around you. You know,
Well,
you're not too bad for a dark blood. And places a hand on the window, and it seems to form into a door and
really?
open up again.
What now?
Dark blood, tiefling.
Uh, oh, yeah, fair.
As a cultural note, the tieflings and the Azamar don't typically, historically, have gotten along very well. Though they
Mm,
were both created by Arknaus. So their rivalrous names for each other is the tieflings call the Azamar the Light Bloods, and the Azamar refer to the tieflings as Dark Blood.
gotcha.
Welcome to the game.
Mm.
Time to
Mm,
jump you in. Okay.
But that's the pure blood are the perfect balance between the two,
gotcha.
which is what becomes the actual race of the Arcnean. But she opens the door and then removes the arm from around your shoulder and just kind of goes and walks up. And yeah, you'll enter into the room with what appears to be Sinfori laboring away at work, as it is a mountain of what looks to be like paperwork and whatnot.
Oh, fun.
And as you kind of enter in and you kind of look to the side, you see there in the corner or on the side of the room, you will actually, you know what? While I'm doing this, we'll move over to here and do all this. Those two are not here. You two would be here. And what you see off on the side, which would be standing, actually, no, they'd probably be about over here. You see two Nightfang soldiers, as well as a shackled, manacled, bound, and gagged Gage.
Oh,
And Sinfori would be over here, seeming to go through all this paperwork. But yeah, that's what you see as you walk in. You see Gage is kind of being like held up off the ground by these two Nightfang, and again is shackled, manacled, like bound and gagged. and does not look in the least bit happy about this.
Yeah, I'd walk in and just kind of murmur, "Oh, so this is where he went off to."
And
And then I
Symphori
would,
seems to be going through all the paperwork, and it appears that this is legal paperwork.
yeah, I'll say that's what I was about to question her on. I'd say this is probably paperwork pertaining to that individual.
And she's, this
Oh,
is part of my job, as he has been kicked out of your guild on the
yes.
charges regarding Ashstone. His actions after, while here at my archive, is what he is now being charged with,
Oh,
without the guild's influence.
oh, that definitely has to bite.
And of course he's
And just I'll look over at him, just kind of give him one of those raised eyebrows.
and Symphori is progressing through this paperwork. And what can I help you with, Tyrrell?
Well, I have returned to see what exactly it is that you wanted to accomplish the first day I was here, involving the stone and needing the king here for it.
Ah, yes. And you see her stand up. Well, everything else will be in order by the time you reach your lovely cell in Ocassis. If you wouldn't mind, and motions to the two Night Fang, Gilva, Dora, go ahead and show him to his new quarters, please. Oh, and do be sure that you stop by Rasiri to have our protection ensured. You can see the Night Fang just kind of nod and lift him up and just drag him out of the building.
Oof.
And he is just kicking and screaming the whole time. And as they all leave, boop. I love how being able to do that quickly. Symphori steps over. And you see Aura's just kind of, do I need to, like, put on gloves, or, like, what are we doing?
I believe the handling part Queen has, so I'll just kind of look over at her and give her one of those like raised eyebrow looks.
And you see Symphori just kind of hold her hand out again.
Well, I take the bag off and ask her if she wants me to hand it to her or untie it and drop it.
She just, first, let's just keep it in the bag.
Okay. I hand her just the bag.
And it doesn't touch her hand. It just seems to just float above her palm. And she turns to Oris and, I believe we may require your flame. And just Oris just, well, that's kind of personal, but alright. If you insist. You, and she just kind of looks at you two and, are you flammable?
Um, about as flammable as the normal person, I guess. I mean, I haven't really tried to figure out. except for that fireball incident.
And you see her just kind of chuckling. Cool. This will be a learning experience for everyone.
Oh,
And just
sounds lovely.
rubs her hands together. And you see her just kind of straighten up a little bit and just roll the shoulders. All right. Open her up. Let's see what we can do. And as Sinfori just kind of waves a hand over the bag, just unties and opens, and that wave of coal just erupts out again,
Hmm.
and then it seems to just stop, and then slowly become pushed back. And you see that the flames that adorn Oris's head have again grown and seem to be standing up now, and the flames now just seem to circle around her, and just the entire room just significantly gets hotter. And as they're kind of sitting there looking at it, you watch as the cold, you could visibly see the steam coming off of the stone as the coal just seems to be shoved back in. And as she just and the heat dies down. Just whatever that was, that's fucking cold. Like, whew. And then
It's a
Sinfori's
good thing.
just has the stone out and does not
Huh.
seem to be releasing its cold influence anymore. But you do see the markings, the runes that Cadmus had placed upon it, begin to glow red.
Oh, that's new.
She just. And Oris, looking at it, goes, huh, that's Uncle's abjuration, isn't it? Sinfori, that's. I'm not crazy, right? That's from Uncle Cadmus, right? And Sinfori just. Yes, dear, we are aware. That's. Uncle Cadmus was very much intrigued to help him. And she's, all right. So what is it?
That's the question I've been trying to figure out. Welcome to the club.
And Sinfori just kind of, well, it seems that this shouldn't be too much more of a problem for you. And reties the
So,
bag and hands it back to you.
hmm. Now, define not being a problem.
And Oris just kind of like looks at Sinfori, looks at you, looks at Sinfori. Wait, is that what Mordecai was talking about? And Sinfori just, yes, yes, it was. And he's just got that, like, on him. Yes, yes, he does.
Wait, what exactly did she say?
And Sinfori just, what I've had Oris help us with is mending a crack that does not seem to have been there originally.
Okay.
And through mending this crack, we have prevented it from further endangering those around you. As Cadmus had mentioned, that you are on your way to here and Proavis.
Yes.
It should be much safer now to bring
I
to
see.
Proavis in time.
And what exactly did Mordecai tell you this was, though?
And Oris just kind of, oh, right. I swear I'm not dumb. And she
I
turns
yeah,
to
I'm not gonna argue that. You certainly know more than I do.
she turns to you and just, so what you got there is something that I don't understand why it ever left Abcassis. I don't know why it's not there. I don't know how you got it. I don't know where it came from. But what I do know is what you got there is a guidance stone or a waystone.
Okay.
You put that thing in the bottom of a portal and it opens up a gate to another place. That
So
place is where Mordecai was.
I see.
Although, it does seem that while Mordecai was there, time doesn't exactly work the same way there. As Mordecai, by today's age and standard, would probably be somewhere around 60 or 70,000 years old.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, I know, right? She looks great for her age.
You know, I can't even argue that. If it wasn't for the fact that it looked like she was gonna stab me, but you know.
Yeah, that's just an Arcnean thing. We have that resting stab you face.
Hmm. I'll have to learn that at some point. It feels like a very useful gadget.
And Sinfora just kind of nods, and you see her then return to filing her paperwork.
So I'll just kind of sit there then and say, so pretty much you're telling me that this stone is what would take me there if I used a portal.
Yep, won't work otherwise.
Okay, see, that's my only issue with that. How exactly have I been going there then?
And you see Sinfora just stop. I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I do not know. It's probably a magical capability that you have. I I don't know. But it seems you are able to project yourself to other places without ever needing to ever be there. So while your physical body remains here, you can project your consciousness, your awareness, yourself somewhere else, whether you intend to or not. Hence our first meeting.
You just see me kind of ponder back a minute and go, so you were recovering my consciousness then?
Yes, in a sense. You see Oris just kind of look at you and look at Safori. Wait, what did I miss?
Uh, Tyrell just kind of looks at her and just asks, so, within, how do I put this? Am I in a place where I am not going to get stabbed?
You see her just kind of, why? Is it that important to you?
Uh, I feel like there's implications behind this statement.
And you see her just kind of put her hands up and, do you see a weapon?
Ma'am, I have witnessed you become a mini nuke. I don't think you need one to kill me.
Why would I do that in here? I like this place, aside from the carpet. The carpet's just a terrible color.
Eh, I mean, the carp, yeah, you got a point. Also, the paperwork. I mean, I could see you taking it out for the shits and giggles of it.
He goes, yeah, and also, and she points to the table behind you guys, and she's like, we got our food over there, and at the other table, that's just, our finances for right now. Like, I wouldn't want to damage any of that.
All right, fair enough. I look at Symphori and just say, "Do you want to explain this, or should I?"
With a slight smile on her face, you're doing wonderfully, Tyrell. And continues
Oh boy,
writing.
just hear me mumble, "Great." I should have known this was a hell I'm walking into.
It's a trap!
It's a trap, but Daryl's gonna trigger it head on because there is no fear. So, Miss King, to explain it fastly, I may have saw your wife naked because she rescued my conscience from some random person.
She just kind of looks at you, looks at Sinfori, looks at you, looks at Sinfori.
You can't blame me. It's not my fault the conscience doesn't wear clothes.
And she just, no, that's fair.
See? That's what I'm saying. Although, now that I think about it, how exactly did you even find me? My consciousness. My thing.
And Sinfori just kind of looks up. There are some things that's even you are not allowed to know.
I would say I resent this, but at the same point, I understand having to keep information secret, so fair enough.
And you see Oris lean over and go, don't worry, she doesn't tell me shit either. Followed by a, I heard that.
Doesn't it just work that way? We drink and we say everything, yet some like to keep their secrets.
Yeah. Speaking of drinking, and she puts her arm around his shoulder again, I really want to drink right now.
I can agree to this. I only have one more question.
What's that?
Uh, well, besides the other 8 residing in the stone, what exactly do you think Proavis will do with this?
Honestly,
As a,
knowing the old bastard, probably stuff it in a book or in a bag somewhere, and then hide it in his little hole. Or it's just gonna. It's really cold down there. Like it smells weird.
somehow that doesn't surprise me considering he's old.
You know that musty book smell? Imagine
Oh
that, but it
no.
smells like leather. It's really
Oh,
weird.
man's got a really nice vintage leather coat and he just left it down there all those years.
Possibly. So, anyways, slaps you on the back. Let's go get some drinks. I'm sure Sinfori might kill us if we actually remain here any longer. I just might.
It's okay, we're going to test that theory because there's one other thing that's attached to this question. Is that going to stop my random conscious drifting into that dark plane of existence that has a drawing with it, I guess, now? I don't know how to explain that.
And then you see the two of them kind of look at each other. And Aura's just got to. Well, from what I gathered, we have no clue how you do that or why you do that. So, dunno.
Uh,
Guess we won't know until we find out, huh?
well, as long as I don't bring back one of the other. I don't even know what they are, now that I think about it.
And Oris
All I
begins
know
to
is,
walk you out.
but fair. I guess I don't want to get stabbed today. Then again, she might throw a book at me. That could be worse.
And as you guys gotta leave through the door, Oris just, oh, trust me, she needs lit. She doesn't even need a book. Does not even need a book. I mean, hell, we had an adventuring name with our friends back when we were not, you know, this crap. As she's leading
Yeah,
you around the building to head down and head toward the tavern.
definitely say I can envy the spot, but at the same point, I don't want the paperwork.
And that would put you to roughly over here. yeah. So as you,
Oh.
And then I'm just gonna turn to her and question, what exactly was the nickname then?
she just kind of, you mean the name of our group?
Yeah.
She goes, well, there was me and Sinfori, and then we
Yes.
had Eartham, Madris, and Devirus. We were called the Forsaken Five, because each one of us had a shitty fucking situation leading us to, come together.
Hmm. Fair enough, I guess.
Just,
My only other question while we're on our way to get our drinks is, why exactly do you know that she doesn't need a book to hurt me? What have
oh,
you done recently?
well, Sinfori there has studied almost every single form of magic. She is very well versed in how to heal and how to do the opposite of healing.
She's a pharmacist
Indeed,
and a
as
pharmacist.
you're all passing through, you encounter Pine Grove, who is seemingly finishing up the studies for the evening. And you see Tyrrell and what looks to be a rather tall woman with long red orange hair that seems to be almost alive, but not quite, and these two porcelain white horns that are stretching up and back from her head, and a small little bird perched on one of the horns. Which that is what Pine Grove sees.
Okay.
As I am not entirely certain that Pine Grove ever was introduced to Oris.
I don't believe so.
So you all go about your workings for the evening. Is there anything else you would like to do?
I think my
Uh,
character's day is pretty straightforward. He's just sitting there learning how to read and write, learning what numbers and letters are,
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
learning his ABCs.
I am getting drunk for king, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, send it.
Yep. And as you're sitting there, she sits down at the bar, and of course, the bartender just kind of looks and is just like, "All right, same as usual then," and just kind of puts the tankards down and just, "All right, should I start the tab now or later?" Looking to Aura, she's like, "Is that even a question?" It's like, "Starting it now." Got it. And starts like pulling kegs from the back.
Oh wow.
I just give a chuckle and be like, this is going to be a very entertaining night.
And Nomad just kind of looks over and, "I'll have the rope ready."
I don't even bring that statement up, you metal bastard. I swear to God. It only happened because I started breathing fire,
And she's
and
like,
I don't remember doing that.
and Aura just looks
And it's
over
not
and
the
just,
fault
you know,
that they used.
I could do that too.
I feel like we have very different reasons for why that happens, but
But yeah, and as you are all going through your nights, Tiro, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
sorry, what was that? I missed it because the sonorous war cry of a potato.
Ah, yes, the War Cry Potato. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw because you're gonna get shit faced.
Ah, yes.
If you are drinking with the king, you're gonna get shit-faced.
How many characters?
Constitution saving throw?
Constitution, yep.
Ooh.
All right, you fare much better than you did the previous time.
I
And
can
yet,
keep up with me.
you keep up pretty well. In fact, as night finds everyone and evening takes, you all wake up the following morning, and Tyrell, you've only got the slight semblance of a hangover, but all your clothes are on this time, and there was no rope involved.
I'm
Great. I love it.
Wonderful.
Your clothes are on this time?
Yeah.
What did your drunk character do now?
Everything.
I love how that's the question from the sonorous background. What did your drunk character do now? But, yep. The following day finds you. Welcome to the 27th of Mesker. And, as the morning greets you all, Tyrell, you do not need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Fun.
Things seem to have gone completely quiet.
If I open the if I just kind of sit up and kind of crack the bag open a little bit, is it still no colds like emanating this time around?
You see the glowing runes appear, and nothing.
Alrighty then. I put it away for today and just kind of keep that in the back of my mind.
And the rest of the day is yours. So, what are you all doing?
Take over the world.
I mean, that is a possibility.
And Samson to take over the world.
That is also a distinct possibility.
Just looking up something. And I'll be right.
Well, Misted is going about her morning routine and has collected Tika once again, and is in the process of taking Tika to the edge of what would be out by where Mila was, and has decided to lay out what would appear to be a blanket with a picnic set up, so that her and Tika can have a picnic and are sharing the entries of their journals, and just catching each other up on what's been missed since the time they have not seen each other. So that is what Misted is doing for this day. Is she is spending as much time with Tika as possible.
Um, I'm gonna go ahead and go back over to the pond where you know what,
Okay.
and uh, pretty much gonna try and go ahead and start that whole messing with spells type of deal.
All right. Nomad would be willing to accompany you. As you all kind of like start heading over there, something that does catch your attention, as I'm going to assume Pinegrove and Tyrell have begun their daily.
Correct.
What the two of you also notice, as well as Nomad and Elbrig, Misty's just off in La La Land, but will also kind of hear it because radar ears. You hear the distinct sound of feet being dragged and muffled shouts, and now all of you get to see Gage being dragged out by two of the Night Fang to a waiting barred wagon.
I just kind of murmur, I thought he would have been gone by last night.
Right?
And as he, is still like fussing and twisting and turning, you see him just kind of like lock eyes with Tyrrell, and just that scathing glare just seems to like lock onto Tyrrell. Like that.
You see me just
This
kind of
is your
lean forward
fault.
and you see me just kind of lean forward and do one of those little petty wave things.
And as he kind of goes by, he starts thrashing. Like he is pissed. And gripped in the hand of one of the Night Fang is this very decently sized luminous orange gem, like just this gemstone, and that seems to be very, very, very much not wanting to let go of it. And as they kind of like approach the wagon, you see Rasiri step out of the hunter's hall and make his way over and just, well, I'm sorry to say, Gage, but unfortunately, you are not allowed to remember where this place is. It's for everyone's safety. You understand, of course. Don't worry. You'll remember everything you did here. You will remember everything that caused you to be in this predicament. You just won't remember how to get here. Or even where this place is. I'll leave you with that. And grabs a hold of the sides of his head. And you see that same white, smoky appearance go over his eyes. And then Gage just kind of goes limp. And just kind of stares down at the ground for a while, wide-eyed. And just, Visir just kind of hates doing that. But it is necessary. Alright? He is ready for transport. And you see the two Night Fang like heft him up, and Rasiri opens up the back of the wagon, which has a barred door on it, and it just kind of and yeet his ass into the back of this wagon, and shut the door and lock it. And he's just kind of laying there. Still seems like kind of stupefied almost. Like he's just out.
I just call out to Rasiri and start going over to him.
And Rasiri just kind of, yes. How can I help you, Tiro?
Was I able to hear the whole erasing the memory thing?
Hmm?
Okay. So I just ask him, it's good and all that you got rid of his memory of this location. I just want to check how long exactly he's being arrested for.
And he just kind of goes, well, when you attack a citizen of Vinaru and are found guilty, typically it is well, if no true harm came to them, probably about a year-long sentence. Now you enter the mix several individuals. You add in property damage, destruction of property for government official housing. You also add in, using that ability to attack a member of the Guild of Planar Hunters, as well as a member of the Archive of Aster. The numbers start to add up. I do not
So,
believe he will be leaving for possibly at least 15, 20 years.
okay. So as long as he doesn't make.
You kind of like died out there.
I said, so as long as he doesn't make a dashing escape, I won't have to deal with him.
Not likely, no.
Okay. Just a heads up. If he ever does get out, I believe he's put two and two together that I'm the reason he's there. So, if you get a letter about a body, understand it was necessary.
And you see her just chuckling. Well, that would be self-defense now, wouldn't that?
Yes.
As long as you can prove it. And he just kind of holds a hand up to you. And I can always tell when someone is lying.
Uh, yeah, I believe in it. Don't worry.
And then as he's having this conversation with you, uh, you feel another like shift or a rift open seemingly inside of the hunter's hall and then shut. And then Ilicus from inside just by the crown stuff fuck out,
You
out,
see him just,
out, out, and he's like kicking what looks to be a spike armored dwarf out the door.
oh yes, I would just kind of tap Siri and point towards the guild.
And he just turns around and, oh no, 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 no. I am done dealing with these matters for the day. The day has only begun, but I am already done.
I was about to say, didn't it just begin?
Yes, and I'm already done. Besides, I now need to reform members of this team. Now that Gage and Trinla are both no longer available. So if you will excuse me, I need to speak to Zarakos and Feyari.
But we're gonna let the issue go for now.
We've done some
Well,
research. There is nothing we can do. Aside from me branding him and causing him harm every time that this would happen, I don't think we can help him.
yeah, I think we'll skip over that. But does that mean that I was right? Did he just piss on some ancient deity's grave, and that's why he has this happening now?
Honestly, I do not know. And not too many ancient deities have graves that can be pissed on, from my knowledge. And he just kind of turns around and, enjoy your day, and looks over at Gage. Enjoy your hell. And proceeds to walk past the dwarf and just, maybe a different day. And continues on into the hunter's hall.
I just started laughing at that.
Which, to be fair, in just the last 2 days, he has lost his younger sister and had her kicked out of the guild. He has lost another member of his guild that then tried to attack everybody and tried to flee from custody, which removes another person from his guild. He listened to the story of a Furbolg's entire community getting wiped out and listening to all this stuff and perceiving it. He witnessed a dwarf walk up to shake his hand and then just vanish into thin air in front of him. Witnessed a Dalnathian appear that has not been seen in over almost 500 years, and everyone's like, no, it's okay, she's cool, she's a friend, and had to deal with that fallout, and has now had to wipe this dude's memory, go through all this paperwork. Like, he's had a rough 2 days,
And I exist.
and Tyrell exists.
Yes, don't you know, the best part of waking up is Tyrrell in your cup. But we don't question how he got there.
But yes, you all now see Don Do It Again has returned.
Oh yes, as Tyrrell now puts two and two together. He just kind of yells to Rusiri, does this mean he's my problem now?
And you see Rasir just kind of lean his head out the window. Looks like it's your problem now.
Damn it. I'm not writing a report.
And you see him just take his head out the door again, just. I wouldn't read it anyways.
I just kind of mentally think, I don't even think those reports do anything. These bastards have me writing them for nothing.
But yep, Don Durigan has returned.
Is he currently rolling down the stairs after getting kicked out the door?
He rolled a little bit down, and then on one of the wooden stairs, his shoulder guard like caught, so one of the spikes of his shoulder like stuck. So he's just kind of like at like
Dangling.
a 60-degree angle, just kind of think.
I just kind of walk over and grab him by the ankle and pull him free.
You hear the audible pop as he gets freed from the wooden step. But yeah, Don Durigan is returned, and the rest of the day is yours. So as everything is coming about, would you guys like to take a short 5-minute break?
Sure.
I demand you all push through, you pansy ass motherfuckers. Keep going. No, okay.
But also be aware that probably roughly around the time that we come back, Daniel should be returning.
Okay.
All right. right. And with that, we return. So, continuing on where we left off, everyone was going about their day. Missy is going about her planned events while having Tika around. And everyone else seems to be going about their business. Don Durgan has returned from wherever the fuck it is he goes. And Rasiri has done his bits to ensure that Gage cannot return to this place by his own power. Or by his own memory, it seems. And yeah, the day is yours. What are you all doing?
Where am I? Where are we?
I assume I put him down, right? I'm not still holding him by the ankle.
Did you?
But you can hold him by the ankle. Oh, how heavy he is.
It's a
I think I'm
possibility.
holding him by the
You mind putting me down, lad?
I just drop.
Clunk.
just a little clunk.
I get up. I dust myself off. All right. First off, what the fuck? Second
What is-
off, where are we?
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Well, first off, don't say what the fuck. You asked to be put down. You never specified how. Not my problem.
Oh, not that. I mean, like, what the fuck? I don't know. Fucking. I don't know
Okay.
where I've been.
Let me. Actually, where the fuck did you go? Now that I think about this,
I don't know.
was it light? Was it dark? Was it wooded? Where the fuck did you end up? Give me an explanation here.
Honestly, if I could, I would, but I don't know.
I just kind of sit there for a minute, like, okay. Anyway, I just kind of turn his head to look at the guild and tell him, well, you're about 30 feet, 40, 60, depending, from where you were when you disappeared.
Ah, I see. Okay. Well. Hmm. Hmm. So far, I'm not dead, and I seem to have all my body parts, so that's good.
Did you do any mysterious drawings this time that you don't remember?
Let me check.
All right, so you're gonna check in your special box.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out my special box.
Nothing new seems to have appeared.
Nope. Doesn't seem to be.
Oh.
It doesn't seem like I have anything else.
Then my only answer to this is you probably ended up inside a dragon anus. Other than that, I don't know what to tell you.
Eh, better the. I'm gonna be real here. Better the anus than the mouth.
Depends on whose perspective, I guess.
I'd. You know what? Fair. Let me tell you. I can feel the heat radiating. He just stops, and I'm just like, no, not for another time.
Are there any steps left?
There's a few steps. Why?
Even note that Sierra was contemplating turning him into a soccer ball.
Would you like to catch me up on everything that's happened so far?
Our midget has returned.
Indeed, the midget has
I know
returned.
that. Yes.
Gage was off to jail.
Yes. Well,
Other than that, I don't know much more than you. Oh yeah, my shiny explosion cold rock is fixed for now. Maybe.
is that the term you're using?
For now, yes.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
In this instance, yes. Don't worry,
But
it's
that,
subject to change in like 2 seconds.
everything that we discussed has come to pass.
Okay.
Minus the details regarding the one-horned individual.
Got it.
But everything else has come to pass and was handled adequately. But the rest of the day seems to be yours, and everyone has just kind of got this downtime to do whatever they're going to do.
Oh yes, I also survived not being killed by the king.
Indeed.
Well,
I'm
oh,
tracking down.
has the event with the object in Elbrig's possession come to pass yet?
Yes.
Okay.
And he even made notes about it in his journal.
Did he share anything when asked?
Everything pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, awesome.
So that's part of my events for the day. Is I'm gonna catch up with them and see what's going on with our shiny orb of what the fuckery.
Well, since so Nomad would have confirmed with the Underkeepers at this point that nobody knows anything.
Basically, yeah.
In that case, Nomad would proceed to do some reading of the variety that we discussed.
Indeed.
Starbucks.
Yeah. For Pine Grove, what are you doing?
What is there to be done?
Anything your heart desires.
I was gonna say, because we're not taking off to go anywhere right now, are we?
That's up to y'all.
I guess my actions would be derived off what the group is doing.
Mostly reading.
Okay.
I'm going.
I just realized how much of a dick thing that was to say to your character in particular. So
He
sorry.
can now rudimentary level read and write.
He
Oh.
basically has the comprehensive abilities of a kindergartner, where he knows his ABCs, but that's about it. He's getting there.
He's getting there.
Oh.
Like I said, Tyrrell's gonna track down those two and try to find out what they found out about the big old ball.
So that's all up to y'all. Referring to, I'm guessing, Albrig and Nomad.
No.
Yes.
I figure Elberg and Nomad would be. If Elberg goes back to his shelf of various information on souls and the functioning of the afterlife and stuff like that, I assume that the books Nomad is pursuing would be on the same floor, probably.
Well, I'm not
First
there.
floor.
Ah, so they're actually on different floors.
Yeah, I'm back in the greenhouse by the pool.
So where are
Yep.
we again?
You are still at Delvey Exton.
I think he may have been referring to where exactly we were inside Delviexna.
Yeah.
Well,
I was more or less asking.
Dawn is currently just outside in the courtyard.
Ah.
Which, if you kind of like look around, there's several different buildings and structures. There's the tavern. You had just come from the Hunter's Hall, where Ilicus proceeded to roll you out like a really, really spiky bowling ball. And if you look down the pathway, you can see that there is a strange-looking path leading into the mountains, further down the pathway.
Tira would definitely try to track down Nomad first.
Okay. Yeah, and Elbrig is out by the greenhouses and the growing fields.
Yep, right where that pool is when we saw Tom and.
Nomad is
he's
the
there
only
where
one
Razan
inside
is.
the archive, aside from Misted, who is busy.
Misted is outside, actually in the same kind of area as Elbrig, having a picnic with Tika. Those are her words, not mine.
Oh, jeez.
Gotta clarify here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll see Elbrig there by the water. He has his pack with him. The orb is very easily to find. It's probably in the pack because it's the one thing that's probably bulging out of the pack. There's a rounded area to the pack. Samson's kicking it by the pack, and then while looking out over the pool, I think 30 foot deep.
It was actually about 10 foot deep, 20 feet wide.
Okay, 10 foot deep, 20 feet wide. As he sits there, he is seemingly deep into spellcrafting because since we aren't going anywhere for a while, you can see him at one point mutter some words and touch his lantern to himself, and then a spray of frost breath roars out over the ice, freezing the first layer and then cracking, and then there's like take some notes, take some notes, and he's just trying to get spellcraft on because his spellcasting is a bit different from wizards, as in the fact that it's part of his sorcerer's origin. So his is a lot more do by feel than actual arcane formulas. Yeah, he's gonna spend a few hours just kind of working out the feeling of his spells so that he can try and craft a new one.
I try to go. Who's near me?
At this point, probably not
Nobody?
anyone anymore.
Oh. I don't know where anything is. All right, cool. I guess I'll go try to find a library. I guess. Try to do some research.
Okay, there's the entire archive.
Oh yeah, back to what my character is doing. Since we're still doing research and whatnot, I'm guessing my character would just go back to the same location and try and find that same individual and try to do some more learning, basically.
Okay.
As a way to pass the time.
Alrighty.
Okay, so like I said, I tracked down Nomad first.
All right. Yeah, you'll find him on the first floor in the archive.
All right. Simply. What?
You would walk up and notice that the page that he is inspecting is specifically about anatomy. and it has like the oh god, you know that like classic like diagram of a dude with like his arms and legs in like various states of motion.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Is it like the six-figured one? Looks like they have 6 limbs.
Yeah, that one, that one. Basically, that is exactly the page he is on.
Cyril would definitely just walk up and kind of look at it and just kind of be like, "Okay." You know what?
Nomad
As a
would
weirder,
kind of turn and say, "Ah, Tyrell, I have decided that I should read up on how, well, other beings work. I'm still
yes.
unsure about how I do, but at the very least, learning the mechanics of the others may provide some form of understanding."
Yes, that's a fair assumption. I think so. Would definitely help if one of us is stabbed and you have to perform medicine.
I try to find any type of compendiums that I'm not quite familiar with for bestiary. Any type of bestiary compendiums I'm not quite familiar with.
Right. Anyway, Cyril would kind of look around real quick and ask Nomad if they found out anything interesting on the ball that they acquired.
Nomad would kind of do his "I'm thinking for a second" thing before saying, "Unfortunately, it seems none of the Underkeepers or any of the knowledge in this archive can provide us information on what this item is, but Elbrig did seem to have a vision. He seemed attuned to it, almost in a trance for a while. Somewhat like yours, but less, violent."
Mm, lucky him. Upon saying that, Tira would also point out that the issue with the issue I've been having seems to be handled for now, as the item did not try to take me over this morning.
Nomad would ponder this and say, "That is good. But remain vigilant."
Oh yeah, I don't expect it to be gone for long. Anyway, uh, what was the story on how she acquired the orb? Orb.
Uh, Nomad would pause for a second and then say, "Do you remember Elbrig mentioning that he was brought here from the Shattered Isles by a specific individual?"
The sprawl.
Oh, the Sprawl, right. It's been a fucking day, let me tell you.
Yeah, I feel it.
Uh, Gerald just kind of confirm. I seem to recall some knowledge of him mentioning it.
It seems that while he was making the journey to Venaru, the captain requested that as payment for safe passage, that Elbrig would somehow investigate the unusual state of the deep parts of the ocean.
Okay, I understand.
He had mentioned this to Mila as well on our first encounter, and having heard such after she returned to the ocean, she decided to investigate. I don't think you're going to enjoy what comes next in this story.
Uh, so far I'm in a pretty good state. Let's find out.
The creatures of the deep, including the largest and most dangerous inhabitants, are being taken over by the Slicks.
Um, you want to run that by me again?
The Slicks, the
I,
strange creatures that we've encountered that seem to be able to take over other humans and the normal races, they appear to
Nomad.
also be taking over deep sea
Nomad.
creatures.
Remind me, I have to teach you some mannerisms at some point. Anyway, so they're taking over deep sea creatures.
Yes.
For what end did they seem to be? What did it have to do with the orb?
When Mila first encountered the possessed creatures, they were attracted to some structure under the water, a temple of sorts. When she entered, she found the object, and upon retrieving it, the possessed creatures went into a frenzy and began ripping the structure apart. She used magic to escape, and it somehow brought her here to Delvi Ixnam, along with the object. So it would seem
Okay.
that their aim was the orb.
Well, that at least gives me some structural sense of this. Uh, you said it took over some of the strongest things in the ocean. Did she explain what that is? Or give you any sort of hint as to what creature might have got taken over?
Nomad would kind of pause for a second and say, she did not mention any specific creatures, but from the description, I believe that there were at least several capable of feats of terrifying strength, such as being able to rip a massive stone dome off the top of the temple with its jaws.
Oh, that's not good.
No,
Okay. Um,
it's not good at all.
and you said Elbrig had a connection with this orb.
I don't know if connection is the correct word, but he seemed to.
You mentioned he went into a state like trance like I did. Did he say
Yes.
if he saw anything, or if he just kind of went into a weird trance with it?
He briefly described his vision to me. It was
Yeah,
odd.
Albrig would have the actual notes of what he described.
Yes.
All right, so I'll have to stop saying the Nomad. I'll just say, did he? I'm probably gonna have to ask him for the whole story.
Nomad would nod and say he took notes on his vision, so he could tell you exactly what it was he saw.
All
But
right.
don't expect it to make any sense.
I expect nothing to make sense. That's how I live my life most days. Saves me the sanity, really. Anyway, that covers one item. Secondly, something I must inform you on now.
Yes?
So, as you fondly remember, do you remember the night that the rope was required when I was very, very, very intoxicated?
Nomad would nod and say, you don't require that again, do you?
No, that's
Good.
not the point. Just. Okay, I'm bringing this up now because there is a reason for my drinking that night. I didn't just decide to do it like most times. The mark I was given from the king. Originally, I had planned to take pretty much the group down there. I didn't see any harm in it. That idea kind of flew out the window as I got dragged there personally by the king, and there wasn't exactly telling her no. So to fill you in, Cadmus wanted me to go there specifically because it was the Tomb of the Nine, obviously his group, And the reason it was specifically pertaining to me was because, in light, one of them has gotten out.
Nomad kind of just looks at you strangely and says, "A tomb is, to my knowledge, a place for dead things.
Yes, a tomb
Do,
is a place for dead things.
do dead
That's it.
things typically move?"
Uh, unless there's a form of necromancy, not usually. But even if they tried, one, they wouldn't be able to get through the door without dying. Two, don't think anyone's really eager to resurrect it. So, in
Nomad
short,
looks more is just like blankly staring at you.
I just tell him, in short, Cadmus sent me there because that night, with my very intoxicated state, I was attacked by something. Wasn't exactly sure what at the time until Cadmus had to bail me out of the situation, along with one of the entities in my stone somehow protecting me. I'm still trying to get my head around that one. Anyway, um, so to put it lightly, I just kind of look around the room and make sure I'm alone still. We're just up here. There's not a bunch of like random people around.
On the first floor, there are a few children scattered about. There are a couple of scribblers and binders going about their work, but no one really seeming to pay you much mind.
Okay. I just look at Nomad and tell him just don't mention the name after I tell you, or that I don't want anyone knowing currently besides you. So,
Nomad would nod.
and I tell him quietly. So the issue that pertains is Elu is somehow back.
Nomad kind of like thinks for a second, and then another second, and then just says very quietly, "You were attacked by the Black King.
Yes.
That is bad." And then kind of like gives you another look and's like, "How did you survive?"
At, at the point of this is bad, Tiro almost just does a face palm. Like, he understands, but at the same point, just hearing it reiterated that way just kind of was like one of those just moments for him. And I would explain that, well, upon him, the way it happened was this entity at the time I didn't know. I just heard a little bunch of loud stomping getting closer to me. Wasn't exactly expecting a giant. Thought something was just going on. So wasn't too worried at the time. Until I realized it's about 15 feet tall and has a big ass sword. You know, life. Uh, upon his first attempt to cut off. I don't know if he was targeting any spot, but he was just kind of swinging at me. It was close enough to my arm that is, well, special. And one of the entity's wings popped out and deflected the blade. Not sure how. Not sure why either, but that's part of how I got away. Secondly, Diddle just kind of gets to that point and ponders for a minute and just asks, "What all do you know about Cadmus?"
Nomad would kind of stop for a second and say, "I know that he was once one of the Nine Shades, that he was at that time known as the Grave Caller, I know that there are things in his past that he regrets and feels that he must atone for, and that he is a dear friend to us who has helped us greatly.
Yes, all of those statements are true. Well, he is partially the reason well, mainly the reason that I'm still alive. He found a way to. I'm not exactly sure what he did. My guess is a form of banishment, but not one that takes him off this plane particularly. I think he just made the issue go somewhere else.
I see.
Since then, it hasn't returned, but it was interesting at least. And to put the power difference in
Man.
perspective, Cadmus had quoted that if this was him at full strength, that wouldn't have worked. So that at least means that why he is back, it's not complete.
Nomad would have read enough on the Nine Shades to know how powerful Elu was, correct?
Historically, yeah.
Yeah.
Or a rough estimation.
Yes. Nomad would kind of just say,
Oh, really?
I tend to agree. And then stops for a second and says, did you say that that object that you've been carrying, it contains entities?
Yes and no. So, how do I explain this delicately? So, the object I'm carrying isn't what I originally thought. Apparently, it's a special type of stone that most call a guidance or waystone. And where it leads has entities that I met and have dealt with, as I kind of just indicate to my arm.
Nomad kind of glances at the gesture and then says, I see.
Don't mind me.
Gerald just kind of looks at him. Is that the only statement you have? You see.
Nomad would kind of just stare blankly at Tyrrell.
Gerald just kind of specify. I just want to make sure that's all you have to ask so far before I continue, because it gets worse or better, depending.
No, Nomad would just nod and say, continue, please.
Well, doesn't get too much worse from here. Right now, the issue's fixed. The damage or issue with my arm only goes up to about my shoulder right now, so we're still good. Uh, and I may or may not have pulled one of those entities out on accident somehow.
No, Nomad, like, has a reaction. It's hard to tell what it is, but if you had to place it, it's probably shock.
He has that. What?
Yes, it's the you did what? He doesn't say that, but that's what his reaction tells you. And he just
Yeah.
says, so this stone is in some way a link to another realm of existence, or another place at the very least. And you somehow managed to transfer one of the things on the other side here to Delvi Ixta.
Yes. And I will also add on to that pretty much that's not a normal stone thing. That is more of a apparently only I can do that thing.
Nomad would kind of settle for a second and say, well, it is good news that it is not damaged in some way, allowing for things to more easily traverse. Though this ability of yours seems dangerous.
Yeah, dangerous is one way to put it. Also, they can't really traverse. It's more that I accidentally ejected them. If they could traverse, they would have come out a long time ago once the damage was done. The issue seems to be that I can actually, or I'm not gonna say that I actually can because I don't know how it happened yet, but somehow I am connected to the fact that they got out and are currently MIA.
Nomad would kind of just like think about this for a second and then say, we have a tendency to encounter dangerous things, don't we?
That we do.
Yes, and if it makes you feel any better, I mean, this entity was the same one that was able to block the Black King's blade, so I don't know if that's good or bad.
Nomad would ponder for a second and say, well, I suppose all we can do is wait.
Fill you in that the entity didn't have any. Okay, I'll stop saying entity. It's actually a person. Just uh, the speculation is that it very well could be one of the myths on Arknaus and his children. That could be possibly what she is. Not 100%. But it's not. She's not dangerous that I know of yet. Kind of. I'm not sure. She didn't seem to be dangerous.
Nomad kind of like ponders this for a second and then says, if she was able to block an attack of that magnitude, then she is clearly powerful. Power is dangerous depending on who possesses it.
Hmm. See, my only issue is that he didn't have all 15 of his blades, so I don't know if that's good or bad.
I would presume better.
I just don't know what the swords do individually. I'm kind of interested, to be honest. Don't want to find out personally, but I want to find out.
Nomad would kind of like just deadpan look at Tyrell for a second and then just kind of slowly pan his sight over the archive and then slowly pan back to Tyrell and say, I'm sure you could find out.
You got a point, but at the same point, I don't know if they would have kept it here. I don't think you'd want that information out willingly, but it's worth an investigation, I should say. Anyway, now that tidbit of seemingly important information, do you know where Elbrig is?
Would Elbrig have mentioned where he was going? when
Yep.
Day
Mhm.
asks. Yeah. Nomad would say he mentioned that he was returning to the greenhouse.
Okay, are you particularly busy?
Nomad would kind of like glance back to the book and then I assume this book has like the I don't know the name of it, but it's that like little cloth like strap that hangs out of the spine of the book that you use to like mark your place.
Uh, yeah, it has a tacit.
Yes. He would place that gently in the page that he is currently reading, slowly and carefully close the book, and then put it back where it was on the shelf.
Okay.
And then stand up and say, "Shall we?"
Yes, because I don't know where the greenhouse is. Kind
All right. So the two of you would head out towards the greenhouse.
of. Yes.
All right. Master Durrigan,
Mhm.
what are you doing?
Well, I tried to find the archive, see if I can find any new bestiary, any bestiary or compendiums I could find. I try to just research any more monsters that I haven't personally seen.
All right. Uh, so you're just gonna go wandering into the archive and just looking around.
Yep.
All right. Uh, give me a perception check.
Let's Perception. Where's that at again? Ah,
All right. Uh, looking around on the first floor, you notice a few books, scrolls, and stuffed reports and papers and whatnot that seem to be on various beasts and whatnot of the world.
mhm.
And it's a pretty decently sized section of column here on the first floor.
Uh, do I see any ones that are? Do I see any compendiums that would be labeled not of this plane?
Um, for that, give me an investigation, as you are looking to find something in particular. As you're kind of looking around, it it takes you a good long while as you're these shelves seem to go up probably about a good 15 feet up from floor to ceiling, and they're just lined with books and papers and notes and scrolls and whatnot, and just stuffed full of all this stuff regarding like various beasts and creatures and myths, legends, lore, and it takes you probably the better part of about an hour to get like one or two books that you can kind of get to without searching the entirety of the archive. But you do find a handful of books here and there regarding beasts and whatnot of the other planes.
I grab uh I grab 3 or 4 books that I can manage.
All right, and with that, you find probably about three books in the span of like an hour and a half of looking.
Hmm.
But yeah, they're
Uh,
pretty well documented, books and scrolls and research papers on beasts of other planes.
hmm. I'm gonna head to the near. Are there any desks and or chairs nearby?
Um, take your pick.
I head to the nearest one.
All right.
I just start cracking on.
All right. And you'll just be sitting there reading about various beasts and creatures.
Hmm.
All right. That would probably take up most of your day to go through these books and these scrolls and papers. And Misted would have gone through and begun going to the list of her itinerary with Tika, as you have seen her having the zoomies with Tika and running about the outside the archive, into the archive, all around Delviexnum. At a few points, you see her, carting around Tika with the Tiefling Verilish in tow, and other times they're with Devlin Morstat, and they're just every now and again you'll just see her resurface, and she just kind of goes about her day. Valdry will be making his rounds and just kind of catching up with the people here at Delvi Ixnum. But it seems to be found quite often over towards the tavern, where it seems he is enjoying drink and some quiet time. But as the two of you make your way outside and around, you do in fact see Elbrig out by the greenhouses where Razan resides, and seems to be practicing some new kinds of spells.
I kind of cut out. My internet's been kind of crappy.
Oh no, this is for Tyrell and Nomad
Mm.
that they do end up finding Elbrig, who seems to be practicing some new forms of spells.
Ah.
Hero would call out to Elbrig and get his attention.
Just a moment where it's like a finger gets put up. One moment, and just scribbles a bit, and then puts the pad down, turns and say, Cheryl, Nomad, what can I do for you?
Nomad would kind of glance at Tyrell and then back to Elbrick and say, I mentioned your vision to Tyrell. He was hoping you could elaborate.
Ah, right. Okay. Um, again, just sort of strange. I kind of meditated with the orb and then tried to. Uh, have you ever come across a magical item or something like that, Carol?
Tyrell would give a soft chuckle and say, "Yeah, a
You
few."
know how? So basically, what I did is I tried to basically do the same thing. You have to do some magical items where you have to kind of meld with them. I believe the correct term is attune. And when I did that with the orb, I didn't actually get that type of connection with it. It was more of I got to see what a previous person. I got to see from the perspective of a previous holder of the orb, and uh, I guess it was a strange. It was strange because not only did I see the other two orbs, which apparently are gray and white, this all kind of happened on this sort of island that has spires on it. I think three spires on it. And then apparently I was part of some type of meeting. There were 13 other individuals there. At first it was 12 others, and then the 13th one came. They were having a discussion, and when the 13th one came in, he came in very animated, very aggressive. I couldn't hear anything that was going on. I could just see it. The thing that stands out the most is that uh, there were 13 of them. I guess 14 including me, thinking about it now, maybe. And some of the masks, one of the masks they were wearing was very reminiscent of Nomad's mask. And with the number that was there, the fact that one of the masks looks like Nomad's, and Nomad told me that his mask is reminiscent of one of the crowns, I'm guessing this was some type of group or organization, cabal that is indicative of the crowns in some way, shape, or form. So that was all of the vision. I mean, you might be able to see it too. I mean, I tried again and I got to see the vision again. I wrote down everything. So I mean, if you want to give it a shot, you can.
Kiro would definitely agree and say he'd like to give that a try. But he would say that you went somewhere reminiscent of the crowns.
Well, the 13, 14 people, I was including myself, or at least the perspective I was, I'm guessing it correlates to the crown. I don't. That's not like a for sure thing, but it seems to connect. 14 individuals, a mask that's reminiscent of one of the crowns. There are 14 crowns. You know, just kind of connecting the dots here. Plus, then there's the fact that this orb, as I point to the pack, and the other ones, apparently, someone as old as and as powerful as Captain Thomas didn't know if they were. And I believe the Nothians were pretty well versed in fighting and magic. Melina, Mia, Melina or Mia?
Mila.
I'm mixing Mila. There we go. Mila didn't know what it was either. Just and then there's the whole connection with Slicks. The weird creatures we saw when I first met you guys. Before I first met you guys, and apparently them taking over sea creatures and attacking her when she got the orb. So this is all getting pretty up there when it comes to importance, it seems. To be honest, I kind of agreed to check into those other orbs. So I was hoping after we kind of chill for a while, maybe that's the next step
I can agree
to
with
take.
that. Kiro would definitely say that I'm probably going to have to borrow that orb from you and take it to the guild. They might be able to do something considering seem to be after it. And we're currently looking into the slick issue.
That works out. I mean, I need to go to the guild anyway to talk to our lovely Rosiri. What was his name?
Rasiri.
Rosiri, that guy we met. Rosiri,
go.
because wanted to talk to him.
Yes, that's who I plan to take it to. Now, given my experience with magic items that seem to teleport you, or at least take you somewhere, are you sure that it was a past experience? The 14 in these orbs.
14 people and 3 orbs. I assume it's a past experience. It didn't. I mean, I can't say for sure that it's not a current. I mean, or a future experience. I can't tell you. There's no indication of that. I didn't get to see. Like, it wasn't like I got to see landmarks or anything. My biggest landmark was Island 3 Spires.
3 islands in a lake.
I'm sorry. 3 islands with spires on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything else? Landmark?
Hmm. Being from actually, honestly, no. Tiro probably, unless he had some kind of study in like cartography and map awareness, quote unquote. Probably not, unless you could like explain like how he would have like seen various maps.
I mean, he was a member of the Orbix Planar Hunters Guild, so perhaps Orbic in that guild they had a map of all of Zerdo.
I mean, possibly. there any other maps Tiro might have come across that you can remember?
Oh, Nomad had
Um,
that old world atlas.
Cadmus's quarters, and if there was any in the book that I read.
I need you to roll me 2 checks. I need you to roll me
Okay.
a intelligence check, just straight up intelligence check.
Give me a sec. 20.
Okay,
Damn.
dirty 20. So thinking about it and kind of hearing out Elbrig's explanation, you start kind of like thinking back on like the various landmarks and whatnot. I need you to roll me a history check. Okay.
Not terrible.
You sit there and you think back for a while as he's saying this, and going through your head and thinking back to like the various maps and whatnot you've seen, like trying to pick out landmarks. One thing in particular kind of stands out to you, and it was the map of Venaru that you had seen on one of Cadmus's walls, and him mentioning 3 islands in particular. And going off of just an understanding of landmarks in the history, you don't know the significance, but you are aware that off the western coast of Vanaru, there are in fact 3 islands that seem relatively oddly spaced apart. And thinking on possibly where where this memory, as it were, could have possibly been from, the only observational type points, like what he described, would be the mountainous peak, which would be to the west of Sunder Hollow. But aside from that, that's about all you can kind of think back on and remember.
Okay, but I'm able to discern that much.
Hmm.
Okay, I would.
As you did, in fact,
Okay.
spend a pretty decent amount of time in Cadmus's office.
Yeah, that's fair. I would regale Albrecht with this information of where I my best guess on where that might be.
Oh.
I've never been there, but
I should have done the
that
big red circle.
but I would explain that to him and just ask him more. And so speculation is that it was a meeting of the crowns at some point in time, correct?
If that's what conclusion you've come to.
Okay. And I just confirm with Albrecht, you only saw 13? I'll roll.
Quinn?
Alright, as on that what?
I was confirming with you that you only saw 13 people.
Yeah. 13 of the people besides the perspective I was in. So I'm guessing a total of 14 people were there.
Okay. So speculating, thinking that if you weren't there, like if you weren't in someone else's body perhaps, but you were seeing through the item and you were essentially there.
Yeah, I would say if that's how it was, then 14 people in total.
I'm just trying to think of what it would mean if you weren't in someone's perspective. If you were there as you, why would there only be 13?
I'm saying, if
Uh,
I'm not from the perspective I was saying, I'm saying there's a total of 14 people in the room eventually.
what he was saying is that if he wasn't there as a bystander, he seemed to be seeing it through the eyes of someone who was actually there.
Yes, a
Yeah.
participant.
Okay, I got you now.
Yeah.
Side note, this is the red circle thing I'm talking about. Just fucking
Oh God.
as if you can't see the Triceratops otherwise.
Leave the Triceratops alone. It's over there with the platypus. Leave it alone.
Oh no.
How did you know exactly what I was going for?
Because you've been on that bit for a little while.
Fair.
I am concerned.
Listen, Andrew. Haven't you ever wondered what it would be like?
No.
Let's continue on. Interested.
Please no.
To fuck a platypus.
Please no. Oh my god. Anyways,
Sorry.
getting back on track. So
Wait.
Tyrell, did you, Albrecht, did you actually hand the orb to Tyrell?
If not, that was my next play. I was going to acquire the orb and try to sit down with it myself.
Okay. So Albrecht, are you handing him the orb,
I'm going with him.
or you're just gonna go with him?
Yeah.
All right.
Because again, he's gonna bring it to Siri, who I want to talk to anyway. No more than me.
Yeah, no, for this part, I meant I was just going to take the orb from you real quick and try to, like, sit there while you're doing your thing and
Okay.
concentrating. Yeah, then
Sure.
take it. I just want to see if I can't actually do what you did.
Yeah, no, sure. I go to the pack, grab the orb, and give it to him.
Okay. So you're holding the orb.
I'll give it to him.
Yep. I'm holding it.
Okay. So you're physically touching it then, right?
This sounds so suspicious. Say no! Say no!
The orb, no going back. I'm holding it. Help me, Jesus. Help me, Tom Cruise.
Tiny Tom Cruise, help.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna roll some dice real quick. Don't mind me. It's just oh, there it is. Let's see just how much this hurts. I'm just kidding. No, as you have the orb placed into your hands, for just a split second, your head just starts rocking with pain. And for just the briefest moment, you kind of black out a little bit. And then hear a very familiar voice. Welcome back.
Do I recognize this voice?
You do. And instead of the previous experience with this voice where you felt like you were inside their body, you feel like there are actual chains wrapping around you, binding you in place. And then you quickly come back to your senses. And you're still holding the orb.
What can you call out? Boris?
No answer. Now I roll for damage.
Oh, fuck.
I'm just kidding. No. But yeah, you seem to have
I'm
come
chilling
back
with
to your
that.
consciousness, and you see Nomad and Elbrick kind of just looking at you.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was an interesting kind
No, I say that's interesting in the sense of I didn't see what you saw.
of. No?
It showed me something else. Well, not so much showed me, but took me to someone else.
Took you to someone?
In a sense, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if it's a someone or something, but something I've encountered before.
And what? Did you see anything besides that something or someone?
Can I see anything really?
Uh, from what you could tell, you just kind of blacked out, heard the voice, and felt that the the restraint of chains around your entire body and limbs.
Kind of just explain that. You know, maybe see is more of a strong word. I heard something I've heard before.
A voice, the sound, the animal, the
It's the voice of a person. I'm just not sure which one.
so a familiar voice is what you heard.
Well, familiar only in voice, ironically. I don't know much about them, but if that's who I think it is, it's definitely not a good sign.
Is that it? You just heard a voice that seems somewhat familiar, nothing else?
Yeah, so far.
Right? I look at Nomad. I've seen
Hmm?
something, he's seen something, or at least heard something. Do you want to give it a try and see if it's different for everyone?
Say Tyrrell would agree and actually do the same and ask Nomad to try it.
Nomad would kind of glance at the orb and say, "Very well," and would take the orb and kind of concentrate on it.
As you have the orb now in your hands and you kind of focus on it, you don't hear anything. Nothing seems to change. And nothing really else seems to happen. I mean, you can still sense the other two objects similar to this in the world,
Yeah.
but nothing really seems to happen.
Nomad's just gonna like sit there staring at it for like a good 30 seconds and then just look up and say, "I don't think it's working. Perhaps this only affects individuals of a more," and he sort of glances back and forth between the two of you, "regular composition."
That's a fair speculation, but then my question here is why did we see two different things?
Uh,
Tyrrell would just kind of ask Elbridge, did you, out of the people there, did you see anything familiar to you?
to me, no.
Yeah, like if you knew someone or there.
Oh, I couldn't. First of all, again, I couldn't hear anyone's voice or anything. I just heard. It's more like when you hear mumbling like that. So I couldn't actually hear anyone say anything. And the people who were there were in masks and robes, I guess. So I've got nothing. That is a completely unfamiliar scene to me.
Okay, so they were in masks.
Roughly how heavy is this thing?
Well, as you're kind of holding it, it's probably somewhere around 5, maybe 10 pounds.
Wow. That's actually pretty light for what it is. Because it appears to be made out of some form of, like,
Stone or metal.
stone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so then just to test the theory that Tyrrell's concocting, Tyrrell would ask Elbrig to hold it again and see if maybe it changes for him.
Nomad would hand it over.
We're just playing hot potato over here.
Apparently, yeah. Now that we can go move, Albert will give it a chance.
Absolutely.
See if anything new happens.
And as you kind of like sit down and look at it and just kind of concentrate and focus on it, you're pulled back to the vision, that memory. And this time you notice something that you didn't notice before. As all these individuals seem to be talking, the shrouds around what would be the masks they're wearing become more visible, and each one is different. And that as you're kind of looking down at your own hands, you realize you too are wearing some kind of shroud or are shrouded by something. And you kind of turn around and begin looking around and like acknowledging everyone's presence, and notice that you are actually in a fully constructed structure of some kind. That this balcony seems to go all the way around, much like an observatory almost. And that one thing that kind of sticks out to you is that you kind of turn and look what would be down from your general sense of direction based on where the sun is at. That it looks to be somewhere towards like the southeast. You see a very vast mountain range that looks oddly similar to the one you guys are currently at, but seems to stretch on far farther than the one you're currently on.
Okay.
And as you're kind of panning around, you're looking at these islands again, and you're now seeing that these structures, while this conversation is going on, have already been on these islands and are slowly starting to turn and sink into the ground of these islands.
The way the spires are sinking into them.
The spires look to be rotating and sinking into the ground.
Hmm.
And given your distance, they seem to be at least a good maybe 200 feet tall.
Wow.
And as you watch all this happen and see that 14th or last individual come in, the appearance now seems kind of familiar. Uh, it seems very familiar to you, but you can't quite place it. But it's looking around, all of them begin to look very familiar. And for that, I would like you to roll a religion check.
18 on my religion check.
Looking around and acknowledging the masks and the different forms and mannerisms and just the general vibe of the area, you come to understand that these are, in fact, the 14 crowns themselves. And that the last individual that came in and became very aggressive and very physical and almost violent, is the crowd of chaos Imtrix, and that the one in particular that she seemed to be going after was Arknaus, the 14th crown. And then your vision fades.
Like, whoa, new information, guys. Relay everything I just learned.
You relay it all?
Every single piece.
Okay. So,
At the moment when you're trying to make sure that you get it, like you just had a dream and you wake up and you just found everything so you can get it all out before it fades.
so upon him mentioning all that, Tyrell one mention that it's kind of strange that Intrix isn't stalking us like she usually was.
Question. On Tyrell mentioning this, Nomad would kind of like think for a second and then open that sense and see if he still feels that anger from earlier.
Give me a perception check.
Alright, roll 20. This is your one chance. Don't fail me. You have failed me, and I will never trust you again. D&D Beyond has failed me.
As you try and focus, that orb is just suffocating everything else. But you do get the sense that that lingering anger is still around. Not necessarily near you, but not necessarily too far. You can't really place it.
Nomad would kind of ponder for a second. Nomad is aware that Imtrix is the source of this anger, correct?
Possibly.
Nomad would kind of think for a second and say, she may still be nearby, but I have the sense that perhaps she and the other crowns are currently preoccupied.
What gives you the sense that she's still around?
Tyrell was not there for that conversation.
Oh yeah. Nomad would kind of pause for a second and say, I have a ability that allows me to perceive what I believe to be the power, whether it be the active or lingering power of the crowns.
Okay, that's different.
What I believe it to be, at least what I believed it to be before experiencing more of it, was that I thought it allowed me to sense hidden things.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm unsure. I can, however, and he sort of looks pointedly at the object that Elbrig is holding, sense that, as well as at least two others similar to it.
Okay, so that would align with his story of there being two others. But Tyrell would just kind of ask again, what sense gives you that, Intrix is still around? Like, can you explain what it?
Nomad would kind of do that, like, Nomad thinking for a second and then responding, and would say, on the night before we arrived at Delvi Ixnum, the night that Elbrig had a vision concerning Cairo. I had that evening been up to that point perceiving something to the south. The next morning, it was gone, but I felt anger, rage surrounding us.
You felt anger.
I am unsure how else to describe it.
No, that's just. It interests me.
Wait,
Upon
so
mentioning that vision that Elbrick had, Tyrell would ask him to recall the dream he had when we came in, if he can explain that again.
wait, hold up. So you yourself felt rage, or you felt rage coming or anger around us?
Around us.
So the feeling of anger wasn't from you, but from around it.
Nomad would kind of pause and sort of sheepishly say, I am still unfamiliar with my own emotions, but
You
this
think comes
sense
from.
of anger, it began that evening, or I assume at some point in the night. I
And
can
you.
still,
Distinctly, you remember it, that sensation coming in the morning.
yes, I still somewhat perceive it, but it seems that the proximity of this object, and he would once again motion to the orb Elbrick is holding, is dampening my ability.
Okay, but you believe it belongs to Intrix, this anger.
Uh, I don't think Nomad said that, because I'm unsure if Nomad knows that.
Well, because I asked you, what I was asking originally was what makes you think Intrix is still around, and you said you were feeling a rage, like around us. So you're
Uh,
assuming it belongs to her, is pretty much what I'm asking.
Nomad would kind of ponder for a second and say, she and at least two other of the crowns have been nearby for various parts of our journey. I wouldn't be surprised if they still are.
All right. And Tyrell, upon Nomad bringing it up, would ask Elbrig to tell him the dream he had when we were coming into the town. To recall that again.
Oh, we got a lot of information and a lot of kind of stuff going on right now. That dream is kind of fuzzy for me. Give me a moment,
Mhm.
and then I have characters. Help him! Help me!
Shall I recite it to you?
So,
Help.
what you remembered occurring during this dream-like vision was being on the sands of home. You remembered being on the sands of Far Fathoms down in the sprawl, and then quickly transporting yourself somehow all the way to the peak of a mountain range somewhere, overlooking what you would assume to be the shattered peaks under the night sky, and were approached by the individual cloaked in shadow and had a small conversation with him regarding whether or not things were done correctly, you know, mistakes that were made, and the possibility of where to go from here. And was responded with a bit of respect from this individual and the slightest hint of not an apology, but regret in what they were about to do, which then ensued into a calamitous duel between this individual and whoever it is that you seem to be viewing this through, that seemed to
Handling.
crater out through the mountains and stretch across into the shattered peaks, and then just going back and forth, seeming to jump across the world and just continents apart before finally coming to a resolution back on the shores of Far Fathoms, where the blade was pierced through your chest. And this individual leaned forward with their eyes now going from this black and electrical purple like look to fading to a more common red. And the specific line being that the lies must end. The lies will end. And then withdrawing the blade and then seeming to flee. And that a few moments later, then Imtrix had appeared and seemed rather panicked, upset, and was basically begging for this to not be happening. And that the individual that she was now cradling, that you were seeing the eyes through, was referred to as Kairu, and simply made the statement of, perhaps next time we will do things right. Maybe next time we'll get it right. Before seeming to fade into dust, and the vision ending.
Right. So I remember paraphrasing that to a fight with a shadowy entity, and then whoever's perspective I was looking for, that shadowy entity killing me, and the mention of Kyra. So I never told you guys the full story. I just said fight shadow entity Kyra, and I died, and I got
Okay.
to feel everything while I died.
Are you explaining us the full story now? Or are you still
I do
paraphrasing?
now. I do now. As I say the full story this time, and I gonna look probably a little bit more scared because now I feel there's some type of connection between me and other people because now I've had two visions about crowns in general.
Yeah, and Tyrrell's gonna kind of confirm that because at this point, uh, Tyrrell would kind of just speak up and say that it's a little odd that you have visions of something that you've encountered, and I have visions of something that I've encountered. Almost like
Nomad
something we're connected to.
Nomad appears to be deep in thought right now.
And real quick, when he explains the full story to me, does anything catch my attention?
Um, when describing the individual, yes. The one that he seemed to be in combat with, yes.
Okay. Uh, who would it remind me of?
The same figure that seemed to attack you.
Oh. Tyrrell will be kind of doing the same thing, pondering like a nomad is, and like kind of anxiously tapping his foot a little bit.
Everything, guys. Bring me into
Nomad would
this.
kind of look up and say, in your vision, you said that Kairu was the name of the
Perspective I was looking from.
person
I
that
got
you
killed.
had the view of.
Yeah, I
And that
got killed as Kyra.
they died. I
Let me
mentioned
turn to dust.
that the prior night I had been up to that point sensing something to the south, and that the next morning it was gone. Those implications are unsettling.
Tyrell at this point would kind of just kind of give a frustrated sigh and look to Nomad and tell him that I don't think it needs to be theoretical anymore. There's one issue with that story that he tells.
Like,
That
what
he's
needs to be theoretical?
Hmm?
What do you mean? What doesn't need to be theoretical anymore?
Tyrell's just kind of gonna pause for a second and tell you that I don't think you were having a dream.
You thought I had a vision?
I think you had a vision, and there's only one reason I can concrete that now. Uh, Nomad, do you remember what I was telling you earlier?
Nomad would pause and then think back on the description of the individual who was fighting Cairo in the dream, and would turn to Tyrell and say, "This is far worse than we thought."
I definitely agree.
Why is that?
Tyrell
Uh,
would kind of look
Nomad
to
would
Elbrig and so I'll let you go first.
would kind of like say, "I think it's possible that night what you saw actually happened."
And Tyrell would just kind of chime in on top of it. And that begs the question now of if this object is showing us the past or the present. Because for my uh, interaction with the orb, it seemed to be in the present tense.
Nomad would pause and say, "I can only assume that the vision he had was of the past, because he said the orb was present in a different place in the vision."
The
Mhm.
black one was?
I mean, all three orbs were together in my room with the crowns on the islands and the lakes. It's fine.
And Nomad would take another pause and then say, "He also mentioned that all 14 were there." And kind of just give a look at Tyrell.
Yes, and Tyrell's gonna just kind of reply, but I've also gone through visions like that where I still have my objects on me, but I'm somewhere else completely. It's very possible that what this thing just showed us is current, and the only reason he saw it there was because he's transported there with everything he's holding.
But as far as I know, I wasn't. I was in someone else's perspective. It was different hands holding the orb. It wasn't like I could see things that I had. I even as we made me go deeper into this, I realized that I was wearing similar clothing to the other crowns.
Nomad would kind of pause and then say, "Of the crowns that you believe to have been there, which ones were around you, and which one do you think that you were seeing from the perspective of?"
I mean, besides knowing that it seemed like it was Indrix going after Arcanos, I really couldn't see exactly which crowns were there. I mean, I know about the crowns in general. I don't know exactly how all of them look, pretty much.
So
Plus,
with the religion check and actually taking the time to actually look around and thinking on it, in your head, being able to kind of pick through like each of the crowns, you notice, you note having mentioned or having seen, in particular, Surikshi, Uriel, Etstia, Brazaltis, Veris, Aster, Lok, Cryasuna, Dunir, Etos, Nemunia, Arknaus, and then you saw Imtrix.
Okay, so never mind. I
Yeah,
corrected.
it would take some time to like actually think on it and kind of like go through like each one of the masks you saw, but
Mm-hmm.
that would be the list of those that you were able to see.
Yeah, so I say all that, and then I'm just gonna go with the fact that I was probably Kairugi.
That would say that either it was a vision of the past or simply a dream. But based on all evidence to the contrary, I would say it is in fact a vision of the past that you received.
Pretty sure it was in the past myself.
Nomad is actually going to, like, at this, think about the specific idea of where these islands are in relation to where Vanaru is and to relation to what his conversation with Mila entailed. Is that the side of Vanaru where the divide is?
Negative. Other side.
Okay.
The divide is on the eastern side.
Okay.
East Vanaru and West Zerdo.
Got it.
Tira would also think of something real quick.
Okay.
In correlation to the map I saw that points to those, what I can only assume would be the landmark that Elbrick explained, what direction would that be, if I could give it a best guess?
West.
From where you currently are?
Mhm.
West and a little bit north,
I'll be
Okay.
right back.
which is on the map right here. This is literally where you guys are. And
Okay.
from what you gathered, this is what it looks to be.
Okay. Tira would just kind of think again and mention that it's a little odd that you were seeing through the same person twice, I believe. He said the same name.
Yeah, that of the names that he listed from this vision while he's holding the orb, Kairu's name wasn't mentioned, but that all the other crowns were present. And he was seeing it through somebody else's eyes.
All right, so I would just mention again that it's a little odd you've seen through Kyrunus's eyes twice now.
Just Kairu.
Oh,
Okay.
shit. I accidentally closed it. Hold on. I sat back down after getting water, and I guess I accidentally clicked the X. Fuck.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, in this interlude, allow me to regale you with a song from the musical Camelot.
Let's hold off on that.
Okay.
So during the span of this conversation, roll perception check. I just need one from each of you.
Including me or no?
For those present.
Okay, so then no.
Got a 12.
Thank you, actual D20. 19.
Okay. Alright. Not entirely being too stealthy, but Elbrig, you notice that Razan has kind of gotten a bit closer and is still tending to her garden, but is definitely within earshot of this conversation.
Would Nomad notice?
I've Elbrig brought it to attention.
Wow, with a 19?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm looking at the previous one. But yes, Albert or Nomad, you would notice as well. I literally saw 8, 12, 8. I'm just like, wait, no, but oh, right.
Yeah, no, that's 24 minutes ago. um,
But yeah, Nomad and Albrig, you would both notice Razan was
what
close
was the
enough to be in
last?
earshot.
Yes. What was the last thing said and by who?
Um, judging from her position and where she is, she probably heard a good chunk of you guys exchanging information about Elbrig's visions and the fact that he was able to possibly be seen through the eyes of an Einker, and just the general locations and whatnot and implications of it.
Nomad would kind of like would put his hand gently on Tyrell's shoulder
Tyrell would look over at him.
and lean in and say, and just say, "Is this information?" Very quietly, by the way.
Mm.
The information we're exchanging. Would you prefer it be kept secret?
I would tell you pretty much everything up until now is speculation at best for now. But we didn't mention anything of dire importance. I think if this conversation is to continue, though, we should seek more private quarters.
Yeah. On Nomad saying that, I assume Tyrell would like do a quick look around.
And he would
Yeah.
also then notice Rajan is relatively close by,
Yes.
which he wouldn't know who she is per se, but would recognize that there is a female centaur nearby.
Nomad would nod.
All right. Tyrell would just kind of take into consideration and look to Elbrig and ask if he's ready to take that object, as we must go talk to Rasiri.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready to go. I think I've gotten all I can do out of spell work now. Everything that's we just talked about. I think I can get back to doing that right now.
So we'll head out then and look for, at least go to somewhere where it's a little more private, and then just take a quick stop, and I'll bring up the conversation again.
Okay. And as you kind of go to leave, Razan just, thank you. I really needed to get to those flowers. And then trots over to where you all were and just kind of goes back to tending to the plants.
I have a question.
Okay.
Was Elbrig sitting on a bed of flowers? This is important information.
I specifically could not have been sitting on a
No,
bed
he
of flowers
wasn't.
because I was standing.
Okay, good. Did Nomad step on any flowers? Because if so,
No. You guys just happened to be nearby an area where she needed to get around to get to the rest of the flowers,
okay.
as she is a centaur and not exactly small.
Does Nomad bring this up in general, worrying about flowers?
No. This was my concern because if Nomad fucking stepped on a flower, that shit is dead.
Very much so.
Nomad weighs 300 pounds.
By the way, quick note: before you go to leave, Nomad with the 19, you do in fact, as you kind of like turn and look over the edge of this drop off, as it would be. It's kind of fenced, but it's also still a drop off down the side of the mountain. Looking towards the northwest, there's the large mountain that you've come to know as being Stone Talon Mountain.
Yes.
Towards the base of it, you see gouts of fire seem to erupt from the tree lines, followed by a singular long blast of what appears to be lightning strike up into the mountain, and then a few more gouts of fire, and then nothing. That's all.
Nomad is going to like have fully stopped and is dead staring at that.
Yeah, you watch for a little bit longer, and nothing else seems to happen.
No, like he's standing there for at least 2 or 3 minutes if nobody stops him. As Tyrell and
Daniel,
I
dinner is
assume
ready.
Elbig are continuing. Yeah,
Dinner is
I'll
ready.
be out in a bit.
I believe after moving so far away, we would notice that our giant thing has stopped moving and grab his attention.
Nomad would kind of turn and say, "Did you see that?"
Zero would just see what.
Nomad would attempt to approximate how far away Stone Talon Mountain is from where he is currently standing.
It's a solid, good several miles. Like,
Oh,
easy
several
to say.
miles?
Yes. You guys are over at Amethyst Edge. What you saw seemed to come from about right there.
Okay, I thought it was going to be a lot more, honestly.
So from where you guys are,
We're like right here, right?
mhm,
So like from over there. I thought it was much larger.
yeah, it's not 32 feet away. Trust me, it's not 32 feet away.
No, I know, but you said several miles?
That's being very, very elementary with the guess, as Nomad's concept of actual distance probably isn't accurate to that degree.
Yes. Would the information of the diameter of Vinaru, or of Zerdo, or of any of the continents for that matter, been inside the book that he read that was given to him by Cadmus?
No, not really. They seem
Out
to
of care.
focus more on the locations and whatnot and the places of interest.
Okay. I am curious. So out of character, how far is it out of character?
So from where you guys are, you have to go all the way down the mountain to get to Listocrats, which is the
Well,
gateway that leads to it.
not even talking about like how far it is to go like by road like
Oh, no,
this.
no.
I mean like the actual distance.
And it is a few hours from there. I'd actually have to do the fucking math later, but I could let you know later. But
Okay.
it is it's a good distance away.
Because like I was under the impression that Vinaru was like the size of Australia.
Mm. It's rather large. Not immense, but it's rather large. Well, yeah, it's a
Well, I mean
fairly
if that's a
good distance.
well, I'm just confused because if that's a distance of several miles, then it is nowhere near the size of Australia. That's like not even the size of San Diego.
No, the more accurate would probably be several hundred miles.
Okay, that makes more sense. Which, out of character, knowing that, those must have been some big fucking flames. Holy shit.
Which Robbie is familiar with. I mean, what?
Huh? What?
Anyways,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Anyway,
anyways,
Nomad would kind of just like, since Nomad can't really figure out how far it is, he'll just shake his head and say, "Never mind. I thought I saw something," and would continue on.
All
I
right.
will be right back. I'm gonna go grab food.
okay. But as you all begin to move and to move out, anything else you guys plan to do for the rest of the day?
Nah,
Um,
Elbrig would be almost
What time is it in
travel.
game right now?
So in game currently, it is about 5 p.m. going on 6.
Okay.
If not just a little bit later. So maybe somewhere around like 6, 6:15, 6:30.
Okay.
So the sun has pretty well begun to set.
Yeah. About this time, my character's attention span for learning in a classroom type setting would probably start to wear thin. So I'm pretty sure at this point I'm no longer learning how to read and write. I need a recess, damn it.
Okay.
Look, I wish we had those at work.
Right?
But for the sake of brevity, I will assume that you guys continue this conversation and come to a bit of a more reasonable conclusion as to what all is going on. So, what do you guys decide to do from there?
Well, I think Nomad would ponder all the information that we have sort of gleaned by interchanging various bits of information and kind of turn to the other two and say, perhaps we should inform the queen or possibly king of our musings.
Tyrell would agree and say that's definitely a step to take involving the vision that Elbrig had. And
Question is why?
and that's what I was about to get to. Tyrell would look around and make sure we're at least alone now.
For the most part, yeah.
No one's really in earshot of us. There's no one around
There's
close
people
by.
going about their evening routines.
Uh, Tyrell would wait then and just kind of tell him that there's a reason why, but I don't want to discuss it here. And that pretty much I believe that that wasn't so much a vision as it was something that was happening.
Again, I'm find strange. Do you think that was something that was happening? It both seem like kind of past events.
I think the one might have been from the orb. I'm still not sure. But the one you had that was more of a dream, I have a pretty good reason to suspect that it's not what we think it is. I don't think it's past.
And I mean, we can go up into our rooms if you don't want to say it out loud. But what is the reason?
The entity that he was fighting.
You know who that entity was?
The
Is?
entity that he was fighting, the shadowy thing,
Mm-hmm.
I've encountered it.
Oh, okay, so you know what it is.
Somewhat.
So do you want to go into the room and give me specifics or what here? Because again, we're being a lot vague.
Yes, but vague is nice when we're still out in open. Once we find a more secluded place, we can talk it over.
Let's just go then. We're already. Let's go. I would like to get all this out and we can discuss this before we start starting off and telling people things.
I would take him to the second floor of the archives, kind of heading towards the kings and queens room. Because
Okay.
that one area is pretty much open and empty. There's no one really in there.
Typically, aside from like an underkeeper here and there, but it's late enough in the evening that they're starting to wind down, so not really anybody in the second floor of the archive.
All right, and then from knowledge, you have to go a little bit past the illusionary wall that only the king and queen can open before
Yes.
you encounter their guards.
Yes.
Okay, so Tyrell would know that this is a pretty secluded spot.
Okay.
All right. Just looking around one more time, making sure everyone's gone. Tyrell would finally turn to Elbrig and tell him the reason I suspect that your dream was not actually a dream is because the shadow entity that he was fighting. It's hard to explain, but that shadow entity is the Black King.
The Black King.
Yes.
Do I know anything about the Black King?
Give a history check.
Black King.
He's very well known throughout the world, but that the Black King was the ruler, or one of the Triarchy and ruler of Venaru long ago, and was credited with being the single-handed reason, aside from the 8 other companions he had, that brought the centuries-long war between Venaru and Zerdo to a very decisive end. That by his blade, his power, and his strength alone, and the strength of his companions, brought Zerdo to its knees and forced them to surrender without any, with no terms. It was complete domination and brought the hundreds-year-long war to a very abrupt and bloody end. And that his actions actually brought about the end of the Second Era.
Okay, so with Elbrig knowing about the Black King, wouldn't that give it more credence that it happened in the past, not like the
Elbrig,
current?
Elbrig, upon saying that, Tyrell would look at him and say, normally I would agree with you, except you're overlooking one fact. And that's the point where I said I encountered that creature.
When?
A few weeks back. Not too long after we picked you up, actually.
And you're still alive somehow?
Nomad would kind of turn to Tyrell and say, I believe it was before we picked him up.
Yeah, I thought I said not too long before we picked him up.
Is it not too long after?
You did.
Oh.
Oh. I heard before.
Okay,
I
well,
could have thought us. Either way.
pitch posh either way.
Yeah.
But yes, that it would have been before the entire party had encountered Albrig, and it would have actually been the night before this adventure began, which actually would have been
Do the math.
about a week and like a day ago.
Okay.
All right.
That's concerning, but also in the vision there was the wording of maybe next time we'll do it right.
And that's why I think it's more current. Granted, that phrase doesn't exactly mean much to me right now, but the fact that it's the Black King is showing up the same in both how I saw him about a week ago and how you saw him in this vision, uh, it just adds up a little too well. I don't quite know what his phrasing was about. I don't know what that's to mean. But
Well, that was the phrasing from Intrix, right?
No, the phrasing of maybe next time we'll get it right was actually from what would you assume to be Kairu. That it
Okay.
spoke with a voice that was not your own, but seemed to come from you.
Okay. 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 And we want to tell the king and queen about this because you fear it was a current event.
uh, we're informing the king and queen now because one, yes, I worry it's current, and two, because we know for a fact that the Black King is alive again, somehow.
And if your vision was truly portents of actual events, that means that one of the crowns is either severely injured or dead.
And to just put the cherry on top of all of that, the Crown of Chaos is not happy. And I particularly don't exactly know what happens when Chaos is angry.
Probably chaos.
Yeah, I'm
Very
gonna go
bad
with
enough.
chaos.
Chaos for 500.
Just maybe tilted in a worse way.
Yeah,
Guessing the
I'm
counter chaos does chaos anyways, no matter what her mood is. But probably tilted towards the bad type of chaos, not the good type of chaos, or mischievous type of chaos.
and since she's not technically bound by most rules that the other ones are, that could be an issue.
I'm getting swept into some major shit. I have no idea about.
Yeah, it's not good. Anyway, I'm gonna walk up to that door and see if I can't make it open. The invisible door.
Alright, so you put your hand on the glass.
Hmm.
Nothing happens.
Just hear me mumble, God damn it.
Nomad is going to kind of look at you for a second and say, perhaps we should try knocking?
We could give it a shot. At that point, Tiro just pulls back and starts wailing on the damn thing.
If Nomad sees Tyrell get ready to like actually hit it really hard, Nomad would probably stop him. I meant gently.
You do realize they're quite a ways away from hearing it if it's gentle, right?
Nomad is going to look at Tyrell and then gently rap on the painted glass window.
I'm going to
So I'm just gonna give him one of those looks.
I'm gonna hide behind like a nearby stack or something.
Just a good old. You couldn't hear that, but I did the bam 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 knock.
Ah. As you lightly rap on the glass, you wait for a moment. Another moment passes, and you get this sensation that something is watching you. And then it just fades, and the glass seems to shimmer, and a doorway appears.
God damn it, apparently they can do it remotely now.
Nomad kind of just looks at Tyrell and says, "Shall we?"
And Tyrell goes ahead and starts leading them in.
his voice doesn't betray it, but the circumstances of when he said it makes it seem like he was being smug. And he absolutely was.
Just that hint of dick.
Just the very slight tinge of told you so.
I'm gonna piss on your new armor, I swear to God.
I'm pretty sure that the blacksmith underkeeper will kill you.
Oh, I never said it was gonna be when they had it.
All right. And as you walk around, you do in fact approach the two statues on either side of the doorway, and can kind of now that you know to kind of look for it, you can see the spearheads of the two Night Fang that are hidden behind the statue, just kind of poking out slightly.
I just just kind of give him one of those like side-eyed looks and just continue going and knock on the king and queen's door.
And the Archkeeper's quarters door, doesn't seem to budge, but you just hear, "Yes, come on." And as
Oh.
you all, I would assume, would all enter in.
Yes.
No, I run away.
You run away. All right. You're good. Albrecht, just
Nope. If we see that, I'm gonna try to chase that bastard. He ain't getting away.
It
Chick
occurs
skulls
to
and
me.
fire. I don't want to be bearer of bad news.
It occurs to me
he
that
moves a staggering 180 feet in like a single round and just takes off. It's fine.
Wait, what? Just
fucking
what were you saying?
gnomes. Oh wait, he's a halfling.
He's
Shit,
a halfling.
that's
You
racist. I'm
racist.
sorry.
Racist bastard.
Racist fuck. But no, as you all step in, you do see Sinforius still at that table in the chair, like going through even more paperwork. It looks like, and as you kind of look down the way, you do see that or on the bed at the very end of this stretchway, you do just see kind of auras just kind of just laying there in bed.
As soon as I walk in, I just look at her and say, "It never ends, huh?" Sinfori, that is.
And she just, what is it now?
Nomad would say, we have been discussing various bits of information that we acquired individually, and while we don't have decisive proof, we've been unsettled by the implications and thought that perhaps we should inform you, since you two are at least two of the ruling body of Finaro.
And you just kind of see Sinfori just motion, kind of look down at all the paperwork, and she goes, "Is it time sensitive?" Or
Nomad would kind of look at Tyrrell and then back at Sinfori and say, if we're right, then I'm afraid so.
Would kind of look at Nomad, just tell him that I'm experienced with these two. I'll take it a little bit from here. And first, I'd turn to the king and get her attention and say, "You're gonna want to pay attention for this."
and you see Sinfori just kind of look at you all, and the eyes glow green. And then a moment passes, and they fade again. Oris, and you just hear, "No, I just got comfy."
Oh, God, that doesn't feel good.
And she just, "Oris, darling, please see to what they have to say, as I will do my part here. We will discuss later." And she just kind of, "Oh, fine." And then just, you see the bed just kind of shift, and the covers come off, and boots get put back on, and just kind of straightens herself up, walks over, like actually starts putting clothes on, like just a vest, and just everything else. Just kind of then walks over, throws a jacket on real quick, and it's actually a very nice looking jacket. It's black and red with red trim.
It
And
was previously right here.
indeed. And as she's walking up, you just see her just, you'll take care of Ember, right? And take the bird. Come on, Ember. And you just see from the other side of the room as this small little red bird just flutters over and lands on her horn. Just, all right. Let's have a
Uh,
walk.
Tyrrell
Uh,
would just kind of
Nomad would
look.
kind of look at Tyrrell and then back to Orith and say, "This might be better discussed in private."
And
Uh,
you see her just go, I know a place.
yeah, Tyrrell would just kind of look at Nomad and just tell him it's better we go somewhere else. The queen already has her observation of it.
And then you see Sinfori. How perceptive.
You get used to it after a while.
Indeed. And you see Aura's just leaning. It really sucks. Like, I can't get away with shit.
Tyrrell just turned back and it's a rough life. It must be. I can only imagine.
Oh, it's terrible. But let's head on.
All right, we follow the king.
All right. And as you do, she leads you all to this side of what would be the balcony. And then just kind of like leans up against the wall. All right. What you got for me?
Tyrrell will just kind of look around and make sure we're in a roofless area.
Yeah, you are very much out in the open. You are standing on the balcony and looking over the battlements that are at the top of this tower.
All right.
Nomad would kind of look at Tyrrell for a moment and say, "Where should we begin?"
Tyrrell would just kind of look at Nomad and just say, dealing with who this is, I think we're just going to have to rip the band aid off.
And
He
hearing
kind
this,
of,
Oris at the time had these, not really glowing, but vibrant red eyes during this time. And she kind
Mhm.
of pans her eyes over to Elbrig, and it kind of sends a shudder down your spine a little bit before they shift to this glowing, luminous white.
Does Tyrrell see this?
Yes.
As she's just going to murmur, do you guys always have to with that?
And Oris looks over at you and one way to be, sir.
Fair enough. What do you see in that, well, what do you see?
She's, well, that's up to y'all to decide, isn't it? But
Well,
whatever
first
it
off,
is, it's not
starting.
good.
Well, at least you got that much. Tyrrell, first off, starting, would ask Elbrig to pull the orb out real quick. As if I
Ready.
remember correctly, the king has the eyes that nothing can be hidden from.
Mm-hmm.
He'd ask her to kind of look over this object real quick and see if she can discern anything with it.
Elbrig.
I'll pull up the orb.
All right. And as Elbrig kind of pulls it out, she focuses her eyes on it. Okay. What do you want to know?
What is it? And what does it do?
It looks to be an orb with several very powerful layers of abjuration on it from multiple different sources.
Tyrrell will just kind of look over at Elbrig and be like, does that mean anything to you?
It's very, very protected.
Hmm. Tyrrell just look back at the king and ask if there's any specific abjuration magic. It seems to be keen to.
And you see her just kind of really focus on it for a bit. Well, whatever it is, it's arc level.
Um,
And I don't want to hold this anymore.
Tyrell would take the orb, I guess, and just tell her that. So you're telling me this is something attuned to the power of a Arcanian?
More like something in the power of the Anchor, which I don't know why they would need to put such powerful protections on something like this.
No, Nomad kind of like just like says, no. Upon Aura saying the Encore, Nomad would kind of just like quietly say, "I thought so."
And as Nomad mumbles, as the eyes immediately shoot up to him.
Anyway, Tyrell would just
Is
kind of.
is it like the what did you say? Or is it the eyes looking at him, attempting to discern what he's trying to imply?
A bit of both.
Mm.
But more or less it turns back to Tyrell.
Tyrell would kind of continue and explain that we were just curious about the object as it stands right now, because I'm not sure if it's showing the past, present, or future. But that's not the main concern. Tyrell just kind of wait a second and kind of think about how to go about this, and turn to the king and pretty much address. Do you remember what we came across in the tomb?
And you see the expression has typically been very calm and a little bit cocky. And just a expression of just nonchalance. And as Tyrell mentions this, it visibly shifts for just a moment to deep concern and then back to uh-huh.
Our friend here, and he notioned Elbrick, had a vision a couple nights ago. Oh, a dream more than we thought. But there was a shadowy figure wielding a sword that killed an anchor, we believe. There's no way to fully prove it, but from what he explains, the shadow figure looks and sounds a lot like what I encountered.
You see her just kind of listening in and thinking. And the eyes go over to Elbrig. Do you confirm this?
Yep, pretty much. Just kind of like swinging his arms back and forth and slowly hiding behind the rest of it. Yep, confirmed. No more looking at me.
And you see her just kind of like think for a moment. And then the eyes pan up to the very top of the covering that would be the Archkeeper's quarters. And she just seems to stare up there for a moment. And then the eyes go down and follow back to you three. Well, if that were possible, that would be greatly concerning. Especially if you are implying that Giridofa was the one responsible.
Tyrrell would just kind of ask, "What do you mean if it's possible?"
Well, it's not exactly heard of to kill a crown. Like it's you don't you never hear about something like that.
Hmm.
Like they're the crowns. Like there's not much else to them, but they're the crowns. They are the epitome of power. You know, protectors of the world, upholders of the law. Not not a common thought that they might be able to die, or that something would be powerful enough to kill them.
That's definitely fair. Tyrrell would just kind of think for a minute and just mention that they, in this vision, they each said something. The shadowy figure said, "The lies end here," which doesn't really mean much. And Tyrrell would kind of look to Elbrig again and ask, "What was the other thing that was said?"
Maybe next time we'll get it right.
Yeah.
But if you don't think it's possible, then maybe we're just worried about nothing.
You see her start thinking for a bit. And you notice Ember kind of like hopping from horn to horn. Like it's like a little workout routine, it looks like. Like it doesn't seem to like really have much purpose, but he's just hop, hop, hop.
Getting a step in.
Hmm.
If the king thinks for more than a few seconds, Nomad would probably speak up and say, "The one of the reasons we suspect this vision to be more than just a dream is due to a certain perception that I have."
And you see her just kind of, yeah, you kind of get that power from, and she points to your chest, whatever that is.
Hey, what's wrong with his chest?
I don't think Nomad ever actually saw it.
No, and Elbrick wasn't there
And
for it either.
Elbrig wasn't there, so I have no clue what's going on.
Nomad would kind of look at Elbrick and say, "Earlier, several of the Underkeepers examined me. They removed my armor and, well, I was not in a position to observe, but they found something at my center. But whatever it is, this ability it grants me, I can sense things. Before we arrived here, I perceived something in the sprawl, but on the morning after Elbrig's vision, it was gone."
You can sense things that specifically, like you have an little area, the sprawl. Because of the orbs, you said they were in that way direction.
Does Elbrick actually say this?
Yes.
Nomad would say, "For the orbs, it's difficult, as And he would glance at the one that Tyrell is holding. This one seems to be overpowering my ability to sense things to an extent.
We're just kind of stuck on this whole sensing thing. When we say things, so we mean the orbs and what, fights of power or what?
Nomad would consider this and say, I believe Cadmus told me that he thought my ability was to sense things that are hidden. But I'm beginning to suspect it's more than that. I can sense things related to the crowns and their power and objects that they have put their power into. And he would glance again at the orb.
Ah, okay. I mean, it doesn't make super amount of sense, but it makes more sense concerning how you were made, so I guess.
But yes, this one of the one of the things I was sensing vanished that night. And in its place, I felt anger surrounding us.
You mentioned this to Oris.
Yes,
Okay.
Nomad says this out loud.
Okay. And again, her eyes just seem to pan up to the roof and then back down. So you have a sense about these things, right?
Nomad would nod.
And she kind of just tilts her head. I never actually got your name, as she's looking at Elbrig.
Right. I'm Elbrig Hill Tumble. Small wave, small movers wave.
And you see her just nod and... Pleasure to meet you, Elbrig. I'm King Oris. Do you have any sense like this? Like what he says he has?
No. I might have a vague connection to Kairu, but that's about it.
Kairu. Crown of Hope. Interesting.
Nomad would just quietly say, he would say quietly but loud enough to be heard. In his vision, Kairu was the one who was killed.
Also, the perspective I saw from getting stabbed by whatever the blade that was not fun. I don't need to relive things like that.
And you see her kind of pan her eyes between all three of you. Well, putting the pieces together, I can assume whose blade that was. Tell me, Nomad. Not that I don't believe you. Do you sense anything from me?
Nomad would sort of concentrate. Let's find out. Does Nomad sense anything from Oris?
Perception check.
14.
Thinking on it and just really focusing on her. He's still trying to like struggle to like get past the smothering presence of that sphere. But he does sense something.
Nomad would say it's difficult with the object in such close proximity, but I feel something.
You see her just nodding. All right. And then reaches up to the collar of her vest and the coat and pulls it down to show what would be like just below her collarbone. And you see a branded mark on her skin.
Do we recognize the mark?
That is the mark of Arknaus, the 14th crown.
I assume Nomad would pretty much understand what this means.
Okay. And she has it in such a way that the rest of you can pretty clearly see it. Okay. You all see this branded mark of Arknaus, the 14th crown. And she covers it back up, and since you could discern that that was there, I believe you entirely. That marks me as a host.
Nomad would kind of ponder this for a second and would just say, after thinking about it for a second, say, then if what we suspect is correct, I am not even sure what the repercussions will be.
Tyrrell, Elbrick.
Tiro would kind of chime in and just say, especially since Chaos seems to be upset, that could be an issue.
This is all crazy.
And you see her just kind of nod. We'll talk more on this probably another time. For now, I ask that you keep this information to yourselves, as the last thing we want is panic. I need to go retrieve somebody.
When she says the word panic, Nomad's head turns in a direction, but then he stops himself.
What direction are you referring to, sir?
Towards Elbrig.
Oh, come
Hey,
on,
I
man.
might panic. I don't cause panic.
What is Elbrick doing currently in this situation?
Probably hiding behind Nomad, kind of twitching.
Aren't you on top of Samson?
No, don't bring. I didn't bring Samson with me.
Oh, so you need another large creature to hide behind.
He may or may not ride you. We're not sure yet.
I mean, I don't know. How much does Elbrig weigh?
Not a whole lot when doesn't have his packings.
I mean, Nomad only has a strength of 10.
I weigh 42
Albert
pounds and I
weighs
don't have much of
42 pounds.
Okay, he could heft him.
Ripples no bad for popping it.
But as you all kind of go about this, she elaborates of, I need to go retrieve somebody. You are welcome to enjoy the rest of your day. I should be returning promptly by tomorrow. However, I will also be bringing it to attention of some dear friends of mine in St. Flores that this has certainly become an issue. If my grandfather has in fact returned and has performed what you all say he has, we may be running against time now. But if you will excuse me, please, to the best of your abilities, I ask that you enjoy the rest of your time. And don't panic.
Anyone look at Elbrig again?
So, we'll be seeing you later. I'm gonna go enjoy the rest of my day because it's just a lot.
And as you go to leave, you see her put her hand up, and Ember, who you have come to know as the small bird, perches onto her finger, and she walks over to the corner of this of these battlements, steps onto the battlement, and seems to flick Ember off the edge.
Oh no, not again.
Long live the king!
And a few moments pass, and then you hear this eruption sound. Like just a sudden, massive gout of fire. And then rising up above the battlements, you see just the waves of heat and steam emanating, which looks to be from Oris herself. As she then leans forward and hops off the battlement.
Nomad is going to turn to Tyrell and Elbrig and say, well, for now, I suppose we've done all we can.
You guys aren't from here, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nomad just says, I'm not sure where I'm from, but
That's right. That's right.
it likely isn't here or anywhere near here.
That's fine. I will see you probably tomorrow.
And as you all kind of are discussing your final closures there, you hear this screech sound. And you all kind of turn to look, and for just a moment before it disappears over the edge of the mountain below, you see humongous flaming wings and a tail. And it just seems to quickly dive down the edge of the mountain. And then disappears from view.
Reminds me of that story by Dr. Seuss where the kid kept feeding his goldfish.
Alright. Alright. And as you all go about your business and return
Mhm.
to what have you, Pinegrove and Dawn, you are both in the tavern catching up over some drinks.
Indeed.
Correct. Correct.
I need a drink.
God damn it.
Well,
I called to
Put
the
down and order a drink.
the barkeep. Give me the strongest thing you have, the strongest, cheapest drink you got in this place.
and you see him just kind of. And the person you were addressing appears to be a full on orc.
Ah,
And just kind of looks over and. Do you want strong or cheap?
how expensive is the strong?
How deep are your pockets?
Uh, honestly, not deep enough to where I can't even fit a finger into.
I let out a loud sigh and I say, screw it, I'll pay his tab. He probably won't stay long anyway. Rolling my eyes as I say that.
You see him just, alright. And disappears behind the counter there and comes back with a rather large orange bottle that Tyrrell is familiar with. And pops the cork off of it and just sets it down.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Can I? Hold on. How big is this bottle, realistically?
It's about a liter.
I'll tell the orc. Can you give me a glass? 2 cubes.
You see him just, gonna go ahead and tell you, ice won't stay. As he pulls out a tankard and pours the tankard full of whatever this is. And
I
hands it
would
to you.
like to take this opportunity to sing you all an Irish drinking dumb thing.
Oh,
Ready?
please God, no.
There goes our lad Durgan. Durgan is our mate. When he downs a pint, he sees it off in 8, 7, 6, 5. And I think the game is if he manages to down a pint before they finish the countdown, they're like, "Hey, lads, 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 lads!" And if he doesn't, they're just like, "Oh, yeah, fucking cunt."
But you see him kind of begin to possibly drink this if he chooses.
I'll drink it.
All right.
I'm not gonna down the whole thing, but I'm at least gonna take a moderate drink for it.
It is
Yeah.
very smooth, but burns like a motherfucker.
Oh, so gasoline.
Oh, this is really smooth,
Yeah.
but
The minute it
burns.
hits your, the minute that the taste hits your tongue, you just remember some phrase from you're not sure exactly where, but the phrase is, "Give me fuel, give me fire, give me damage as Messiah." Oh.
Oh.
But as you
I have a
go to drink this, the orc is watching like rather humorously and like kind of taps Pinegrove and watch this.
Oh, I'm watching.
Uh,
Out of curiosity, pause for just a second. Outside of character, do
Uh,
I know this drink or is it based off of something that I know? Patrick?
um,
Just yes or no. Is it based off of a drink that I know of?
no,
Oh, okay, never mind.
it is. It is not something that we concocted.
Nah, I'm not talking about we, I'm talking about like me and others. But anyway,
But no, as you
yeah, anyway. Back to what's going on. Back to the performance.
so Dawn, I need you
Uh,
to roll a Constitution saving throw.
oh,
Oh, snap.
So you get it down, and it's All right, not too bad. Feel like you can take another drink.
I'll take another drink.
Make another con save.
I have a question. I need to make right now.
Oh no!
What
I mean,
happens
so
when he rolls below it? Yes.
No. My question is, would this count as being poisoned?
No.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Wait. I thought alcohol technically is a type of poison.
That's
No,
not what
it's
you were.
not.
That's not what
No,
you were rolling
it's
for.
not.
But no.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean, like,
So
I think
with a
because I
10, you kind of, uh, and you feel like a really hot air bubble in your chest,
oh
and you see the orc just kind of no. Hey, it's gonna have to watch this. Hey, you might want to lean back, and motions to
Okay,
Pine
I lean
Grove,
back. I lean back.
oh god.
and you feel the rumble. You feel that gurgle,
Oh.
gurgle, gurgle,
Oh no.
and you feel it climbing up your esophagus.
Nah, come on.
And as it comes up, you see him do the and then just like crooks his neck back and lets out this devastating burp. And this belch has some real depth to it, like some really keen notes to it. Like it is impressive. But what's more impressive is as he
I'm
burps,
busy right now.
a
Sorry, hold on.
small burst of flame comes out of his mouth.
Nice.
What he is drinking is called Dragon's Fire.
That shit burns.
This is the stuff that Tyrrell drank 3 whole bottles of by himself in a single sitting.
Oh my gosh.
Hence
That's
That
why
was the
he
most.
was tied down.
Nomad was the most concerned for anybody's life in that one moment.
Because this is also what led to Tyrrell being tied down to the bed to avoid him rolling over and, falling out of the bed or what have you. And also to avoid his head turning to set anything on fire as he was belching flames the entire night.
Mm-hmm.
gosh.
Nomad thought that he might be dying.
He probably was. As what Nomad didn't understand is that flames weren't just coming out the one end.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
There were some scorch marks. I'm just saying.
Uh-oh.
But that was also
I bet that
after
old turtle thought. I bet that old turtle was chuckling like mad to himself when he took those sheets out.
But me being tied down only happened after I destroyed half the bar with my horns and set something on fire.
And fucking ruined the work on the wood paneling on the stairs up.
Yeah, on the stairs up, he ruined the walls with his horns.
Basically, Nomad was sitting, just reading in their room, and he hears this loud thunk, scrape, thunk, thunk, and he decides to investigate and finds Tyrrell
Walking
drunk.
backwards up the stairs.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the shit that did that to him.
Using my horns as a balancing mechanism.
He was balancing himself with his horns.
And Nomad just picked him up, put his
Dragged him
ass
to
in
the
bed,
Honestly,
and then when he began like fucking thrashing, Nomad was like, went to look through Tyrrell's pack, found 50 feet of rope, and fucking hog-tied that bitch.
Just tied him to the bed. This is the stuff that Dawn is now drinking.
Granted,
Huh.
it's not 3 whole bottles.
It's not 3 whole bottles, which each bottle is a liter. He drank 3 straight liters of this
How
stuff.
much of the bottle have I down so far?
Probably maybe
Maybe an ounce.
no.
An ounce or 2, maybe.
No, he's probably down to about a fifth of a bottle.
God damn, do you have any idea how many ounces are in a liter?
Yes. I also know the size of a tankard, as that's what the orc filled up.
You know what? I take. I assume I finished. I polished off the mug already.
Did you? You only took
I
2
don't-
drinks out of it.
Yeah.
I'll just polish off the mug real quick.
All right, make a Constitution saving throw with disadvantage since you finished all of it off.
All right, that's 9.
That's a 9, not looking good for you.
Can't get worse than that. Oh, that's
That's
dirty
dirty 20, but you got a 9.
Bucko. It can get a lot worse than a 9.
Yeah, you
I
see him just
assume that
polish it
one.
all the way off and just sets the tankard back down, and it just erupts out of him, just and just flames. And you see the orc just kind of like dodge out of the way. So strong enough for you?
Honestly, could be stronger. No.
And you see the orc just, oh, is that a challenge, is it?
Oh my gosh, I sit there and I shake my head.
It's a bit of a challenge.
And he just kind of sets the bottle there next to the tankard, as you wish. And then looks over to Pine Grove. What else for
How
you?
much? How much is left in that bottle, and how much can it fill? How many tankers can it fill?
It could probably fill about being generous or being conservative.
Being conservative.
Being conservative, probably about 8 or 9 more tankards.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ!
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
I think your
Don,
math is off, sir.
Oh my.
Being conservative with the bottle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm about to
Yeah.
say, if you're careful with your pours, you can fill up a good number of glasses.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and be generous and refill his mug. And after I finish my ale, I'll take the same mug and pour myself some of the same stuff.
All
Cheers,
right.
Don. Cheers. Cheers.
All right. And both of you roll Constitution saves.
Somewhere in the distance, Tyrell gets a twinge down his spine.
So, Don, you are more or less okay, but it's starting to hit you. Pine Grove, yeah, that first whole tankard down, you just, and it's more resonant because you are a much larger like creature, and it
Yeah.
is quite resonant.
Would Tyrell be returning to the tavern for the night?
That is up to all of y'all.
I was gonna say, for us 3, it was either go to Siri and talk to him a bit, or save that for tomorrow.
What time is it?
At this point, it is getting closer to like 7:30.
So the sun is pretty much down.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's never too late to annoy Siri.
Yeah.
How does Tyrell feel about it?
Given the fact that either annoy Siri or go home, go to the tavern, depending if Siri's there. I mean, they're right beside each other.
Basically, yeah.
The reason I'm asking is because Nomad would probably be following Tyrell. I'm just wondering if we get to witness this display.
That's fair. I would say, if anything, we go back to the tavern first.
All right, so you guys will in fact be getting to witness the wonderful display of Pine Grove and Dawn drinking together and belching fire out of both ends.
Yeah, we walk in and Nomad sees this and immediately says, Tyrell, how much rope do you have?
He just kind of looks at the two of them and looks back to Nomad and just says, "It depends. Do I get to drink?"
At this point, have we? How much of the bottle is left?
Probably about half. Because
Okay.
you've each just had that one tankard each, and you're being kind of conservative with it.
Okay. We'll do one more round of conservative with me and Don.
All right.
All right. I assume we're
Nomad
Constitution
just kind
saving
of
throws each.
Okay, that's not bad.
All right, but see, here's the
I hate-
thing, Don. You've been at this for a little bit.
Oh
So
no!
the DC's been increasing every time.
Oh no!
So almost in like beautiful unison, like almost it is a no synchronized event. They just each slam the tanker down, lean back, and just both burr, and just erupt flame.
Nomad kind of like thinks back on the like anatomy books he's been studying and just mutters, "That cannot be healthy."
It's very much not. But also Don's starting to really fucking feel it.
I'm really feeling it.
Oh my goodness.
Ugh.
Well, Don, I still see a bottle in front of us that needs to get emptied. And I'm not one for wasting food or drink.
As long as I do the pouring,
Oh, okay. You get to pour this one.
I
Nomad
top.
just
I
I think Nomad be close enough to call out to them?
Possibly, if they can hear you.
do we notice him?
Nomad would hear this and say, "I don't think that's meant for consumption."
Perform perception checks with disadvantage from both of you if you're looking for Nomad.
Where's the perception button again? Oh, there.
Where it says perception.
All right. You said with disadvantage?
For you, yes.
Okay. Oh!
Nope.
You see shit.
Nomad
The
rolled
only
a
thing
1
you
on his
see is a
stealth, but it's
bottle
okay.
with booze. All you see is the bottle. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Pine Grove
I ca-
notices Nomad and is just like, what? Whatever.
I completely top off these tankards. Like, I mean, absolutely to the brim.
All right.
Okay.
Nomad would like see this and like put his hand on Tyrrell's shoulder again and say, "Tyrrell, I am frightened for their well-being."
I'll just look at them and just be like, it's fine. I survived 3 bottles. They only had 1.
Nomad whips to look at you and says, "You drank how much?"
So I say, pass the lips through the gums, here comes stomach. You're not gonna like this.
All right. Constitution saving throws.
That's oh no.
Poor Pine Grove. This man, it is not
Beyond,
agreeing.
yeah, D&D Beyond does not like me. I'm always rolling shitty when it comes to save throws.
That's why I've got my
Every
will
time.
dice.
Every
only
time.
The assistance low is great.
Mm-hmm. It is
my only
wonderful.
saving grace has been my constitution score.
Also, to be fair, at this point, the DC is already set at 20 or above. Like, it is pretty rough. Yeah, you'll down your tankards and another eruption, this time definitely out of both ends, as there's now scorch marks on the stools.
Nomad like actually jumps a little and says, "Where did that come from?"
I feel like I'm back at home in the mountains.
And you see the orc is just in tears.
Oh
He
my
is
God.
having the time of his life watching this.
Like, oh, this
Oh,
was
you know what? You know what? Hey, barkeep, give me another mug.
He just
Okay.
look at you and, oh, no. I know where you're going with this. No.
Oh, afraid of a challenge?
No, I'm not losing 2 mugs in one go.
No, the mug is for you.
Absolutely not.
You're afraid of a challenge?
No, I'm not afraid of a challenge. I just like to watch, 'cause it's hilarious. And also,
I don't
somebody has to be
know.
sober enough to pour this.
Don't worry, I'm stubborn enough to pour this.
And you see the orc just kind of lean up and pokes Dawn in the forehead. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh god.
Nope.
Yep.
Wait.
Straight
Wait,
to the
wait,
ground.
wait. He's a barbarian.
I'm a
Can
barbarian.
he see this? Because if he can see it, he has an advantage on his dexterity save.
I don't know. Can you see
What?
which finger is the correct one?
I see a finger coming at me. As someone who's been blatantly drunk before, even if you, as someone who's been blatantly drunk in real life, even if you see something coming at you, you can still react to it.
All right, if you could discern which one is the real finger.
Make a perception check.
Do I make the perception check?
Yep. Make a perception check. All right. Yeah, you discern which one's the real one. Roll with advantage.
I roll what with the
Dex.
Dex save.
Ah. Hey.
Oh man, a 12 and a 9. Looks
No.
like you're going overboard. She just leans up and just thunk right in the forehead as Dawn just kind of
I just fall to the floor.
and is now stuck to the floor.
Oh, right, because he has spiked armor.
Spiked armor on.
Barkeep, help!
He's like a
patron-
turtle. He's
It's
like
a
a turtle
turtle.
stuck on his back.
A patron of yours is down. He needs help, please.
And
I've
this is met
fallen.
by the raucous laughter of everyone else in the tavern, including the bartender. And as that wonderful night comes to a close, that's where we'll pick up next week.
You can always
Yes,
count
and the
on a good
raucous laughter of
barbarian.
everybody, except for Nomad, who is highly concerned.
We will be picking this up there next week.